Good morning. It is a great pleasure to open this conference sponsored jointly by the Bank of Israel and the Cepr, entitled Inflation, Dynamics, Expectation, and Targeting. Dealing with inflation is a central focus of our responsibility as central bankers. Israel has known many significant changes in the inflation environment in past decades, from a country that suffered from hyperinflation of hundreds of percent through the economic stabilization program that succeeded in gradually lowering inflation, to price stability, and even the negative inflation of recent years that was similar to that in many other advanced economies. Israel was among the first countries, just after New Zealand, Australia, and some others, to adopt inflation targeting as a way of managing monetary policy. This framework served Israel well in the 1990s and the early 2000s, as the economy converged to price stability, and since then, over about 2 decades of relatively stable growth and prosperity. In recent years, perhaps as kind of a winner's curse, while the older among us were used to mainly thinking about ways to control inflation so it wouldn't rise too much, inflation has mostly been a challenge from below, that is, for being below the target. At the same time, there were significant changes both in Israel and abroad during those years, which forced economists to think again about whether adjustments were necessary to the inflation targeting regime so that it would be useful in the coming decades as well. In recent years, as we all know, there has been noticeable downward trend in the natural rate of interest, which makes managing monetary policy more challenging due to the proximity to the zero lower bound. Even though we have again noted that monetary policy is more than just setting the interest rate, and that central banks have many tools to support the economy during a crisis, there is no doubt that had we entered the COVID-19 crisis with higher inflation and interest rate environments, our work would have been simpler. We also know that the correlation in the development of prices in various countries has grown stronger in recent years, with globalization and the expansion of production chains. Alongside this, the link between domestic activity and inflation appears weaker, meaning the Phillips curve has flattened, so that large changes in activity are reflected in only minor changes in inflation. As a result, it is unclear whether domestic monetary policy's ability to influence the inflation environment remains as it was, or to what extent it is dependent on the policy adopted in other countries, particularly the larger economies. From another perspective, the development of e-commerce and technological capabilities are a kind of prolonged supply shock that is constantly pushing prices downward. It is also changing the dynamics of price updates by creating the possibility to more rapidly adjust prices to demand, and even to set personally adjusted price that differs from one customer to another. Beyond all that, the large health crisis that we could not have foreseen was also reflected, at least in the short term, in changes in the links between activity and prices. It is still too early to tell the extent to which more significant structural changes have taken place, and will they remain with us into the future and affect activity, prices, and the necessary policy. Changes in the use of technology, as we're witnessing in this conference, in production and consumption, changes in household tastes, and changes in the labor market will apparently all have an impact on the development of inflation and on price dynamics and the links between activity and policy and prices. In Israel and in other countries, there is another factor that is constantly pushing price level downwards: public discourse about the cost of living and policy measures intended to lower it. These government policies that lead to one-off reductions in cost of living are conceptually distinct from ongoing inflationary or deflationary process. Moreover, in recent years, and even more so in the view of COVID-19 pandemic that has kept most of us at home for long periods, online purchasing expanded greatly, and a large part of private consumption, at least of goods, moved to the internet. it is reasonable to assume that these habits will remain into the future and will create competitive pressure on domestic manufacturers, which will tend to push price downward. While this is a process of one-off price adjustment that will increase consumers' purchasing power, it is also reflected in measured inflation relative to the inflation target, according to which central banks operates. With all of these effects, in real time, it is not easy to distinguish between one-off price adjustments and an inflationary process. In Israel, we occasionally see how a slight increase in inflation, even to the lower bound of the target range, reignites public discourse about the cost of living and the policymakers' desire to lower consumer prices. I can reveal that this issue, the need to distinguish between adjusting price levels downward and the pace of inflation, was and remains an issue that arises in the Monetary Committee's discussion and guides us in our policy decisions. Among the Monetary Committee members, a debate has arisen more than once over whether we should strive for a target set by the government, that is, inflation between 1% and 3%, in view of the fact that government had set this target at the beginning of the 2000s, when the memory of the 1980s was still fresh, and no one could imagine that we would find ourselves with inflation of less than 1% for a number of years. Moreover, for a large part of the time, when inflation was below the target, the economy showed the strongest growth and lowest unemployment in decades, and the case for an accommodative monetary policy became less clear, particularly in view of the financial risk that an accommodative policy over time could create. As part of the Bank of Israel's strategic plan, we decided that there is a need, after almost 30 years of the inflation target regime and 20 years since it was set at the current range, to re-examine various aspects of the inflation target regime. This process is currently taking place at other central banks as well, some of which even do this every few years as a matter of course. I don't deny the possibility that this process could lead us to the conclusion that the current regime is correct, or that only very slight changes to it are necessary. But the economic changes that have taken place in recent years, some of which I just mentioned, are emphasizing more and more the importance of holding an in-depth and wide-ranging discussions together with researchers and other central bankers on these issues that are at the very heart of the central bank's work, both in Israel and around the world. This conference, which was organized in conjunction with the CEPR, is part of this learning process. This conference program for the next 2 days contains very promising papers by authors from both the academic world and central banks, examining the theoretical, empirical, and policy aspects of inflation. Our distinguished keynote speaker, Mr. John Williams, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, will share with us today his experience and thoughts concerning inflation and policy. Tomorrow, closing the program, we will hear from the governors of the Czech, Swedish, and Swiss central banks about the issues they see as central to monetary policy and the inflation targeting regime today and in the future. I'm confident that this conference, which unfortunately is held virtually, will extend our knowledge and understanding of some of these important questions, thus helping us as central bankers to better conduct policy and contribute to the welfare of us all. Before we begin, I would like to thank everyone who took part in organizing this conference. In particular, I would like to thank the CEPR for its cooperation, and I would personally like to thank Wouter Den Haan and Refet Gurkayanik, who were part of the professional committee together with Itamar Kaspi and Sigal Ribon of the Bank of Israel. I would also like to thank the entire staff that took care of all of the logistical and other issues to make this conference possible. Metzada Shamir, Ronit Cohen, Sigal Tzur, the communication department, IT department, and the production team. I wish everyone a successful and interesting conference, and I hand the stage over to Refet Gurkayanik of Bilkent University, who will lead the conference's first session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
אפשר לזוז? זהו. מה?
Very good. Okay. Thank you very much, Governor Yaron, and to the Bank of Israel for their virtual hospitality and the CPR team for their help. Throughout the conference, we're going to have half an hour for presenters, 15 minutes for discussions, and 10 minutes for general discussion. And Gaetan will be the first to go. There you are.
Okay, so do you hear me? Everything is good? Do you see my...
All well, yes.
Yeah, okay. So thank you very much for the invitation. This is great. So I'm going to present a paper jointly written with Luigi Pascello. It's about spending allocation under nominal uncertainty, a model of effective price rigidity. Okay, so a key macro fact for every monetary model is the replication of the output inflation positive co-movement. So most of our models, workhorse model, monetary models, focus on firms' friction to replicate this mechanism. What does it mean? It means that prices are rigid because firms post rigid prices. So firms do not adjust prices when wages go up. This is a bit like how most of our models do. What we do in this paper is proposing a different mechanism that is based on households' friction. So it's what we call effective rigidity in effective prices. Okay, so in our model is the behavior of households that reallocating on low markups as inflation raises is able to replicate the output inflation positive co-movement. Okay, so in this paper we propose this like change of perspective from the supply side to the demand side. And what I'm going to do now is to briefly refresh our mind on the main mechanism and motivate the shift to demand side mechanism. So this is in a nutshell how the mechanism works in our workhorse model. So in a new Keynesian, for example. So there is a drop of the nominal interest rate. This is increasing the desire of current consumption and leisure. So it's putting some pressure on the labor market and the good market. But the key friction is that firms cannot pass this change in nominal cost. And so that will generate an increase in consumption hours. Why? Because the real wage basically is going up. Okay. Now, what I want you to notice is that if the frictional behavior of firms is certainly important, this mechanism, is as much important the frictionless behavior of households, in the sense that for households to sustain increasing consumption, they really have to understand what is happening in the other part of the economy, so these general equilibrium movements. I mean, to make that evident, suppose we do this mental experiment. Suppose we isolate the choice of consumption and inform the choice of consumption just with raising prices. Of course, the response, the partial equilibrium response of consumption will be to go down. That is, so to negatively co-move with the prices, okay? So it's very important in the workhorse model that households understand what's going on outside the consumption market and use this information, okay? So now a natural question would be, okay, but how well households are in predicting what is happening at the general equilibrium level? So where is the general price level? Here I have an inflation, so a plot of the distribution of inflation expectations in the survey, in the Michigan survey of consumers. I would just want to show that it's the opinion of households about the inflation is very, very dispersed and somehow very inaccurate. but it's not totally random, of course. So what we know by recent research is that the main source for household to form expectation are shopping prices. This is a very nice paper coming out, the JPE, showing that shopping prices influence expectation. This is very natural. Like, I mean, households are going to form expectation. So they go shopping, they see prices every day, and this is likely to influence their expectation. But crucially, it's not that households visit so many shops that they can have an accurate figure about inflation. Okay, actually, arbitrage across shop is very, very limited. That means that even if visiting one additional store will decrease by 0.6 the CPI index at the individual level, actually household visit the shops on average 2.3 shops per quarter. So this is signaling like that. Of course, there are friction. You should put effort. You have to spend time to visit shops, and so that will prevent you from sampling wider. And so, in a sense, I mean, if you look at the dispersion of experienced inflation and the dispersion of expected inflation, you see really that one is a contraction of the other in a sense. Okay, so here in these three facts there is the indication that since people experience very wide expectation at the shopping level, they shop very few in very few shops, they end up having very dispersed expectation. Okay. So these facts motivate a problem. So how to reconcile the fact that at the micro level, we know that households are so uncertain about these general equilibrium figures with the output inflation co-movement that instead needs that information, needs that households are ready to exploit the suboptimal behavior of firms. And this is exactly where we think we are going to contribute. So we shift attention from firms to households and make sense of the mechanism that can speak to these three facts. So let me use a sketch just to describe the backbone of the model. So I'm going to use a bit the same setup, but just let me go through the main modification. So first of all, imagine that we have local firms. So consumers are located in islands. On each island, there is local firms that produce the consumption good. Now you see the arrow here is a solid one because I want to get rid of any friction on the firm side and assume that firms are perfect in passing through the increase in the wage. And so their pricing is just a markup. This is new. Times the marginal cost here is given by a general equilibrium object that is the wage, so the labor market is central, and idiosyncratic productivity. And now suppose that there is another market, and now a market that I'm calling mainland. So I'm referring to this idea of island, mainland, because it's really like, I want to in a sense, turn around the usual Lucas Island model, okay? So suppose there is another market that is now competitive. So firms on mainland are competitive firms without any friction. They participate to the same labor market, okay? And the price just without markup because it's competitive and just according to the wage to make things simple. Now, these two markets, why they may coexist? Because there is a real friction, a real rigidity. So suppose that if you want to go and shop at the competitive market, consumers have to swim from the island to the mainland. So there is an effort, okay? And this effort is a shopping effort, and in the model will be individual specific. So there are people that may swim very well, other people that do not know how to swim. So there is a fraction of people that are going to shop in the competitive market, but not all, depending on this real cost. Okay, this is the real friction, so that makes possible these two market coexist. But the key insight for making like the mechanism work, so having some interesting cyclical properties, is when we introduce some information friction that is consistent with the fact I told you before. That is, the assumption is if you are in your island, you're going to observe the price in your island, okay? And then based on that price, you have to decide whether you want to swim or not. So the key point is that when you see the price in the island, you don't see what is the general equilibrium price, okay? So this is a fiction for the exposure of households to their own local markets. And given that information, they have to understand whether it's a good time to swim or not. So whether they are willing, in a sense, to exchange shopping effort with buying with the markup, basically, because buying at the competitive market. And now the key point is that when they decide on this switching, they have to evaluate the relative local price. And what they are missing to evaluate the relative local price relative to the mainland, so to the competitive price, they are missing clearly this object, okay? So they will be confused whether prices at the local level are driven by idiosyncratic productivity or nominal aggregate movements. And you may easily understand that if they knew that is an aggregate shock, a nominal shock, then there will be no gain in deciding to swim at some point, okay? Because prices will go up at the same point. But exactly because they are confused, some may choose to swim, some other may choose to stay. And where the effective price rigidity comes from is exactly from this flow of people that decide to swim and save on markups. So the fact that when inflation goes up, they are confused. They think, oh, this is like my island that is becoming less convenient for me. So I decide to swim. And this is happening across all islands because it's an aggregate shock. And so that gives like more consumption out of markups. Of course, who stay in island is that they are consuming less, okay? And one general result will be showing how effectively the extensive margin of demand is going to be a dominant one with respect to intensive margin. Okay, so I told you quite a lot about the model already because I want to use my time since the beginning to run on the logic. Where I'm going to put some equation on it. And just here a summary, qualitative summary of the result. So I'm going to talk in more detail about that, but I want to flesh out what are the good points about the model. First is a pencil hand model, so we can work out the mechanism precisely and understand all the corners of that. And we present basically 4 results, 3 theoretical and 1 empirical. The 3 theoretical results have to do with the mechanism I described. First, we show how the learning from prices, so the fact that people in inflation expectation are influenced by prices, enters in the problem of the firm, is internalized by the firm, is twisting, is distorting competition. And this will be important for welfare analysis that we'll conduct at the end of the paper and draw some indication about policy. Then the core result is about how this effective price rigidity can really make the business cycle work the way we want, and so allow us to really talk about monetary policy, etc. And one thing I plan, given the topic of the conference, I plan to spend a bit more time, is about an empirical result. So this is a model in which there is a meaningful sense in the distinction between effective and posted inflation. So one can build the difference, this effective posted gap in inflation, and ask about the cyclical properties of this gap. And actually we show with retail scanner data that this gap has some cyclical properties that goes along with our model, our conjectures, and clearly distinguish this mechanism from what could happen in a new Keynesian model. And I will spend a bit of time on that. Related literature, of course, there are many corners that this mechanism touch, and maybe we will come back at the end of the discussion. And I would say something related especially to consumer search and general equilibrium, because there are interesting insights in that. Okay, so let me start by describing formally the model. So there are households on islands, on a continuum of islands, that they have a pretty much standard utility function. So here's consumption with some concavity. Here, linear disutility to make our life simple. And then the new piece is this shopping effort, okay? Shopping effort is this psi, is individual specific. So different people have different psi, but they can choose whether they want to shop or not, put in shopping effort or not. So this S can be 0, can be 1. When it's 0, then they do not exert any effort. With 1, they are going to. So how this shopping effort enters in their problem is because they are affecting the price at which they shop. If they decide to put effort, then they can shop at the price in a competitive global market, this mainland market that I described to you. If instead they decide to not put effort, then they can shop at the price of the monopolistic firm in their own island. And this shopping effort is distributed according to a distribution that has like pretty, so this parameterized pretty in a standard way. So basically this is the main block of, I mean, you can think about a frictionless version of Golos of Lucas in the end, okay? Where the only addition is really this shopping choice. Now, the time and information setting is important, and it goes as I described now. So all agents in the island, they have a signal about the inflation. This is like a channel that we open to potentially flow information that comes from the outside, okay? So just for us, a dimension, do not say to inject information that they can have exogenously. And at each time, there are 3 stages. So in the first stage, people observe this signal, theta, and crucially, they observe the price in their own island and decide whether they want to exert effort or not. Now, depending on whether they shop or not, they enrich their information set, because if they swim and go on island, then they will see the competitive price. If they decide to stay in island, then this Karlik P is just a repetition of this PJT, so there is no additional information. In the second stage, once they have decided where to shop, they decide how much to shop, okay? So this is the intensive margin of consumption. Instead, S is what governs the extensive margins of consumption. And finally, in the third step, with full information, decide on the labor and on the bonds, okay? So as you see, the third step is a centralized market, and we need to make it sequential to not let information in these markets spill over on the first. We could do otherwise. We choose this because it's very convenient. On the firm side, it's a very standard problem, frictionless problem, okay? So there is no friction on the firm side. It's just demand times the margin that they do. So this is the price that they put on the unit that they sell minus the cost, given the information set. The information set, we allow them to know productivity. This is not very important. But then we also say firms may be uncertain about inflation as well as household, because then we can compare the 2 types of uncertainties. But this is not required for our main result. You can think that firms do everything in perfect information. They're totally frictionless, okay? Now, the only difference is marked in red here is the demand has 2 dimensions. One is the intensive margin, C, so how much people per person are going to buy. And the other is the mass of people buying in that island, N, okay? So those are the mass of non-swimmers, the guy that decide to not swim. And of course, those are function of the local price. I didn't tell until now what is the aggregate shock. So the aggregate shock, I mean, in the paper we have a bit more complicated story, but you may think it as really the wage, okay? So it's the inflation, the wage inflation, you can take as the primitive shock. And given perfect competitive firms, this shock on wage inflation is going to map in the inflation shock. Is an inflation shock. Okay, this is just, I want to shorten my presentation. So, but we have policy rules in the background and the usual nominal interest rate transmission. Just keeping that in the interest of the presentation. So what is the non-trivial fixed point we are building up here? So demand elasticity along extensive margin, this piece, influence pricing, okay? Because this enters in the problem of the firm, and the firm, but the pricing, so the optimal shape of the price influence shopping, because this is what people observe, is the price, by affecting expectations. So our first result is the following. So let's add the note omega, is the parameter that controls the elasticity of household expectation to inflation, about inflation or about the price level in our setting is the same with respect to the local price. So this is the local price that they observe, and the key assumption is that as this guy moves, inflation moves with this guy, and depending on the information properties of the price, that is an endogenous object in our model, okay? So one key result is that by solving the firm's problem, we end up having optimal markup set by firm J is endogenous, but time state invariant, meaning like that in each island, there will be a markup that is constant, okay? Is not varying with the cycle, but is influenced exactly by this elasticity, the way it is shown here. So gamma plus lambda is the usual elasticity of demand. So without any information problem, you will get just this -1 as usual in our models. And now you have a discounting here coming from this confusion. And let me give just one intuition for that, is that if I see the price going up in my island, I may think this is aggregate inflation. And to the extent I think that, I may be less reluctant to go away, because I think it doesn't make any difference. So it's lowering my elasticity, and this is making markups increase, okay? There are other technicalities about that. It depends on the story about the commitment, the lack of commitment in this problem, as usual in macro. I have no time to go through the details of the problem. Just I want to emphasize, first result is how learning distort competition by increasing the markup more than it will be without any friction. The second result is about the business cycle properties. So I'm looking here at the consumption in one island, okay, just to give how it works, and so just to show you how it works. So in this island, of course, consumption will be lower than the potential because there are frictions, okay? So it will be lower than the potential. And there are two forces moving this consumption. One is the mass of local buyers, and the other is the local consumption loss. That is how much they buy less with respect to the potential. The blue part is the traditional channel. So the more price goes up, the less people consume. The other part is the new channel. That is, the more price goes up, the less buyers I have locally, because there are more swimmers. Why? Because they think it's a good time to swim, because inflation is attacking their purchasing power locally, so that they may think they could find a better deal outside. Now, a general result is that the extensive margin channel dominate the intensive one, exactly for the reason I told you before, that markups are kind of reinforced by this friction. So markup, the higher the markups, the larger the power of the extensive channel. And we show that generally this dominates. In general, we can obtain something that in the new Keynesian you cannot obtain. So let me recap that. In the new Keynesian, there are no extensive margins. So the only way to obtain a positive co-movement, of inflation and consumption is that consumers are better informed than firms. This is why we put all these frictions on the firm side. We push really the supply side view of the economy. But in our model, you can get a positive movement even when firms are better informed than consumers, especially in the limit in which firms have no friction at all. They are perfectly competitive and perfectly informed. You still have this positive movement because extensive margins dominate. Let me go now to describe the empirical results. I think it's quite central in our mechanism. So as I said, in our model, there is a meaningful distinction between effective inflation and posted inflation. So effective inflation is inflation in the average price that people pay for the good. Is the notion of inflation, proper notion of inflation. Then there is another counterfactual figure we can build up, is that what is the increase, average increase in price once we freeze the spending shares across location, okay? It's like now I freeze the weighting shares of these different firms and just want to see the effect exactly given by the fact that prices at the firm level do not increase one-to-one. So if I have frictionless firms, this will be exactly the wage inflation. Okay, now I can define the inflation gap as effective minus posted, okay? And I can test what are the cyclical properties of this. Now, one important thing to realize is that in the new Keynesian, this inflation gap exists, but it will have zero first order effect, okay? Instead, in our model, this has no first order zero effect and can be positive or negative, depending on whether firms are less informed than households, in which case it will be positive, or negative when households are less informed than firms. This is our favorite hypothesis. So let me-
Gaetano, you should be getting towards the end of it, right?
I have 5 minutes, so I'm managing that.
Well, right? You have 4 minutes, go ahead.
4, okay. So this is the figure I want to show you. In the new Keynesian model, what is happening? So you have an inflationary shock, okay? So the posted prices go up by a certain number. The effective price, what is happening? People are relocating to the sticky prices, okay? Because they are more convenient, okay? So the effective price is growing less quickly than the posted price. So the negative part dominates, and in fact, the gap is going down with an inflationary shock. And this happens also in our model because people, when there is inflation, they are confused that prices may go up in their own island, they decide to swim, they secure better deals, and so inflation goes down. This is the effective price rigidity. Now let's work on the other way around. What happens with the deflationary shock, okay? So in the new Keynesian, what is happening? That posted is going down with some rigidity. Effective goes faster, go down faster, is more negative because people reallocate to the flexible firms, okay? So this curve goes down. And so this gives you that first order, you will not find any effect if you simulate data from the new Keynesian. Instead, in our model, the inflation goes up. Why? Because if there is deflation, people are confused. They think in their own island there are better deals than normally, so they swim less, and so this goes up. So it's important for this disconnect that there is a real rigidity. The shock rigidity is very important, okay? So now we can go to the data and test whether this gap is positive, negative, or whatever. And this is what exactly we do by taking off the shelf a very solid specification built up by Kobion, Gornichenko in an AR paper, and then discussed by Gagnon and others. We take exactly their codes, and we replicate exactly their results, but we allow for another dimension, that is, we want to see whether this gap is varying with posted inflation, that is any inflationary shock, how this change with inflation, and those are the results. So basically we find that the gap is negative and significant for various specifications. So we exploit everything we could by borrowing on this work. And as this work showed, the relation with unemployment is less solid. And instead, we document that the inflation gap has this property that points out to households being more informed than firms. So I don't have time to go through the welfare. Just concluding is just what I said, pencil hand model that emphasized this idea that inflation really provides incentive to more aggressive shopping, is when people perceive that they are attacked by inflation, that they put more effort and search more to secure a better deal. And this is our story. And thank you very much for listening. And thanks. I'm done.
Excellent. So next up is Mirko for the discussion. Thank you.
Sorry, Gaetano, can you?
Sorry.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much to the organizers for asking me to present this paper by Gaetano Garballo and Luigi Pacello. Let me give you a quick summary of the model, and then afterwards I'm just going to kind of give a quick overview of what I think are really positive features of the paper and maybe things where I think there could be more work, and then I'm going to zoom in on one point. So the model has the following structure. It emphasizes on the shopping decisions of households, so on the decisions of households of where to purchase goods. And so if you think about the timing from the household side, households first decide where to shop. They can either buy locally from a monopolist, or they can buy centrally in the competitive market.
Mirko.
And if they move to the competitive market, they have to pay a cost for doing that. And very importantly,
Mirko,
at the time...
Mirko, sorry. Probably you are switching slide, but I don't see your slide.
Okay. So I see it on my screen. I don't see it on, I guess you don't see when I switch. Maybe can I go back to, let me do it like this. Now you can see? Okay, so let me do it like this. So on the household side, households first decide where to shop. They can buy from a monopolist, or they can buy centrally in a competitive market. Very important, they base that decision on observing the price that they see on the local market and the signal that they receive about the aggregate state of the economy. Think about the nominal shock that hit the economy. And after households have decided where to shop, they decide how much to consume. If they're still in the local market, they don't learn anything in addition. But if they've moved to the centralized market, they actually learn the price level, and they base the decision of how much to shop also on the price level. And then after they've decided how much to shop, they decide how many bonds to carry into the next period and how much labor to supply. Notice that there are these two types of shopping locations, the local one and the distant one. So let's think a little bit about what are the assumptions about these two types of shopping locations. First of all, about the competitive centralized market. These are called the distant firms. They're perfectly competitive with the linear technology.
And it's also assumed, I guess, that these households have perfect information about the state of the economy. And in this market, price just equals wage. And then you have these local firms, they're monopolists, facing against some linear technology with some productivity shocks. And they know their own local productivity, and they may or may not know perfectly the aggregate state. But I think just for the rest of this discussion, you can assume that these local firms are perfectly informed. They know the aggregate state. And so the main friction is on the household side. There are really two frictions. There's a shopping friction, so they can only move to the competitive market at a cost. And there is the information friction that they base their beliefs about the aggregate state from the prices that they observe in the local market. And then there's the central bank that sets policies such so as to target an AR1 process for inflation. There are three main results on the theoretical side, and I'm just first showing an equation to illustrate these three results. So how do these local monopolists set prices? Well, as a markup over marginal cost. When these firms are perfectly informed, the last term here is just wage relative to productivity. So all the action is here in the markup. And as Gaetano explained, the markup has these different components. So first of all, you just up here, you have the price elasticity of demand. And that's affected by the extent to which consumers walk away if they see higher prices. They have two ways of walking away. First of all, they can just save, and that's controlled by this intertemporal elasticity of substitution gamma here. And they can move to the centralized market, and that's controlled by this coefficient lambda here. And now imagine that these firms, that these households see a higher local price. From that, they form beliefs about the relative price, and that's all in this term. So only to the extent that they see this higher price is actually a higher relative price, they're going to walk away. So that information friction reduces the extent of walking away, and therefore it reduces the price elasticity of demand and raises the markup. So the first result is that firms respond strategically to households' confusion about the source of variation in local prices. And in particular, they exploit the fact that households don't necessarily walk away if they see higher prices because they may think this is just an increase in the price level, and firms exploit that by setting a higher markup. So the markup becomes endogenous to the information structure. Now, consider a setup where firms are maybe perfectly informed, consumers are less informed, and now hit this economy with a nominal shock. So prices, all these local prices are going up. What's happening is that, first of all, the consumers who stay, they purchase less because they're facing higher prices. But the consumers who are walking away, who are pushed because they think the relative prices have increased, they're going to the centralized market, but now they're finding firms with lower markups, and so they're going to purchase more. And if the second effect dominates, this inflationary shock may actually increase overall consumption. And then now let's think about policy. What can the central bank do? For example, by communication, they can reduce the information friction on the side of households, and notice that this would reduce here would increase the price elasticity of demand because households would correctly identify relative price changes, and that would reduce markups, so that would have welfare implications. No, I think my main comments are the following. So the formal analysis of the model is incredibly clear. So it's very carefully done. Proofs are very clear. Equations are very clearly derived. I didn't derive all the equations, but some of the main equations, I had no difficulties doing that. Also, what I really appreciated, I think there's very clear intuition given for every results, not just the main results. It's very easy to follow the analysis. And also, I really appreciated the empirical part. And so the part that I liked less is, and that's where I think more work at this point should go, is I found there was too little discussion of the main model setup. And in particular, the question that I had from the beginning, from reading this paper, is what is the real life counterpart of these local firms and a distant firm? And I carried this question all the way through reading the paper. And at the end, after having finished reading the paper, I still had this main question: what are these local monopolists and what are these distant firms? So let's just go back to the model setup and let's look at the assumptions that are made about these two different types of firms. So there are these local firms, and they charge a positive markup. And there are these distant firms which charge a zero markup. And the zero markup really has two, I think, features. One, it's a lower markup. But the other feature is also that it's a markup independent of policy. So the central bank, for example, changes communication. that changes the positive markup of local firms, but it does not affect the markup of these distant firms. So it's lower and it's independent of policy. And then the additional assumptions that are important, and these are initially all households start at the local firms, and then they can switch to the distant firms, and they cannot switch back within the period. So maybe if they go to the distant firms and they thought they would find lower prices, but actually they don't, there's no way to switch back. And notice also that all learning from prices happens at the local firms. So now, having kind of these key features in mind, I was asking myself, what is the real life counterpart of the local firms, and what's the real life counterpart of these distant firms? And so first I thought that maybe the local firms are small retailers, think of a local market, and the distant firms are large retailers, think about the supermarket. But then if you think about the evidence on learning from prices, that's all about supermarket data. So that seems to happen then in that case at the distant firms, not at the local firms. That of course could be that maybe we just don't have data on local firms, and that's why we don't have evidence on learning from prices. But certainly the evidence on learning from prices is coming from large supermarkets. So then I thought, okay, maybe it's different. Maybe the local firms are large supermarkets in the city, and the distant firms are retailers outside of the city. And that links nicely to the term distant. And then the switching cost would not so much be a switching cost, but it would more be a commuting cost. But then one of the retailers that you can think about outside of a city is IKEA, but they're really offering different goods. But here in the model, it's quite important also for the welfare analysis that it's exactly the same good that's offered by these different firms. And it's just that they're differing in terms of markup. And then, of course, it also has welfare consequences if people are pushed from the local firms to the distant firms. So it's quite important that these distant firms, they're offering the same goods, but just at a lower markup. And it was not clear to me that these retailers outside of the city do offer exactly the same goods. But I think if one can argue that they do, I think that's probably the closest analog to the setup of the model, is that you have these retailers that are outside of the city, there's a commuting cost, and after observing prices in the city, you decide whether to engage in a commuting cost and move to the retailers outside of the city. A different idea could be that these local firms are traditional retailers and these distant firms are online retailers. But then I was thinking of my own shopping experience. So sometimes I shop goods online, but actually I often shop online from the exact same firm. So for example, I go to the Apple store, or I buy from Apple online, or I go to my favorite fashion retailer, and then I either go to the shop or I buy online. So in that case, it's the exact same firm with the exact same prices. So I guess here one also have to explain more clearly why moving to an online retailer, you move to firms that offer the same goods, but at lower markups. So I think it would just be really helpful if to come up even just with one example of local firms and distant firms that captured well, I think, these set of assumptions that are key: lower markups at the distant firms and this cost of switching and learning from pricing happening at the local firms. So then at some point at the paper, they argue that they capture maybe a different setup, and that's a much more symmetric setup where all firms are identical, but it's just once firms see higher prices from a firm that they're shopping, they would potentially shop from, they decide to engage in costly search. So think about a consumer search model, which would be a much more symmetric model in the sense that all firms are ex-ante identical. But if that's what the model is supposed to capture, I think it would be nice to kind of make an effort to explain why that model should have similar explanations. So my overall comments are, I really like the formal analysis of the model. I don't think much can be improved in this direction. I also think in terms of intuition, I don't think much can be improved, and also really like the empirical part. But where I think the model can really be, the paper can really still improve quite a lot is give us a sense of what are you thinking about? Are these distant firms? What are the local firms? What is the real life counterpart of them? And I think the moment one specifies that, the model also gets a lot more empirical content, because now one could ask, for example, is it true that when inflation is going up, sales at these types of firms that are considered to be the distant firms is going up, while sales at these other firms are going down? And I think that kind of evidence would give, would make the paper even more convincing. Thanks a lot.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So now we have time for general discussion, and people are welcome to join in different ways. But let me kick it off by asking mine. Can you expand on the policy implications a little bit? And I have two parts in mind. One is, taking the model as is and thinking of the monetary policy implications, which is what we usually think of. But also, again, taking the model as is and thinking about, I don't know whether one would call this industrial policy, but it seems like the good policy to think about here, more than monetary policy, would be, how would I want to place my retailers, in the city center versus outside it? Or, if I have discount stores, I really want them at places that are closer to consumers. So, maybe I want to have rent control for, smaller stores in city centers, and that's going to be a great thing and even better than monetary policy. So what are the implications here?
Should I maybe try to answer?
Please, yes, go ahead.
Already many questions. So first of all, let me thank Mirko for taking time for reading the paper. So that's great that it's great that you're saying that it's difficult to improve on the formal and the intuition, because we really spend time to make all the pieces of the work work together. So let me go to the interpretation. So first of all, I will distinguish a high-level idea from then what we can do empirically and what is the real counterpart. Because the high-level idea is that, my way to interpret what we put in the model is that is a kind of direct search idea. That is, once you put the effort, you will find a good deal in town. Okay, so what I have in mind, we didn't pursue this way of modeling, but what I have in mind is that so imagine that firms, there are some firms that from time to time they go on sale. Okay, and those are exactly the same local firms that at some point decide to go on sale. Of course, if you are lucky and you are in the lucky island, you don't search further. But suppose you are in your neighborhood there are no convenient sales, and you perceive this inflation is there, that you may start looking for sales, and you may find that. So the key assumption is that you are going to find that. I think this is what is maybe what need to be justified, etc. But my way to think about it is really like, once I put the effort, I will find a good deal, and this good deal can be also the local firms that go on sale. It's just this will go along. We'll reinforce our mechanism, because the bad things come from the people that shop in the local islands. So if we switch some local island for a while, becoming competitive, things will work. Now,
Gaetano, instead of sales, couldn't it be you have a distribution of markups across firms?
This
and then if you put in the search effort, then you found a better deal?
The main difficulty is endogenizing the behavior of the firms that knows that can attract people. That is technically very hard to do. And there is a high literature doing that. And you end up with multiple equilibria very quickly. Okay, so technically this is the difficulty of doing that. So here the firms know that they so that the mass of customer is not going to change according to, so it cannot expand beyond a certain fraction. You know that you have some people that live in the neighborhood, and those are the guys that look at you. Okay. And so things will become more cumbersome if you look at the distribution. Another thing is, I'm not sure I should think about that as homogeneous good. I'm forced to think about they are selling homogeneous goods, can be that there are two different goods, and this is just a mechanism to introduce some imperfect susceptibility between these two goods. You may decide to consume this different variety but what is important is that you are very well informed about a certain variety and not informed about another variety, okay? So you could interpret differently. Now, another thing about the online, so my way to think about it is really like the local is not local in the sense that in a geographical sense. It should be interpreted as local to my shopping experience, in the sense like, if I think about online, no, sometimes when I search on newspaper, etc., I have the banner that is targeting my consumer tastes, no, and it could take just a click to buy what is there. Sometimes I'm tempted to go through and shop, right? And that is local for me. So it's like it's ready to buy. It's there. You could buy it. If you want to buy something else, you have to put effort. And the idea is that this effort is going to have cyclical properties and is going to respond to inflation. Just to conclude on this, and then I have to go to say something about policy. So the literature about search has modeled search cost depending on unemployment situation, for example. This is a channel well explored. The idea is that you have more shopping time, and so you shop better. This is the cost of shopping. In our model, the cost is exogenous, so your ability to swim is exogenous. What we are tackling is the perception that is a good time to use it, and comes from this confusion, nominal confusion, so is the perceived gain that is varying with inflation, okay? So we are on the other side, and we think we should open that track, like explore this more thoughtfully. And I'm coming to policy. One of the discussion, for example, about the Phillips Curve, okay? So everybody has in mind that, for example, Gorichenko has this view that our households' expectation that matter for Phillips Curve, but what is the model that can give a role to this household expectations, no? Because in some sense, the Phillips Curve in our New Keynesian model comes from the expectation of the firms. So expectation of households do not have a role in that. But of course, when we look at the data, we are tempted to take other interpretation. And I think we need first a model that gives like the link inflation expectation on the household side to movement in the economy. And this is what we are doing. This is what we have. So you can interpret our model exactly as giving this static relation that maybe one want to make it dynamics, and there are ways to do that. But we are focusing on the micro foundation of this non-neutrality, and that is the essence. In terms of policy, this is a model in which information friction, so based on information friction, the different from the Calvo pricing or other form of rigidity will make the inflation target completely neutral to the allocation, because that is something for which they adjust immediately, okay? And so has no implication for inflation targeting. Inflation targeting will be not useful. What will be useful instead is reducing uncertainty. And you can reduce uncertainty either through nominal stabilization or through communication. And really we have a setup in which you can discuss the relative uncertainty of households versus firms. And I think one of the merits of the model is to clearly say, look, when you look at these things, it's not only a matter of what firms knows. It's a game with two players, okay? And the degree of non-neutrality depends on the relative uncertainty. If firms and household will be equally uncertain, you will have a neutral world, even if they are not perfectly informed. And this is an important insight. We have a lot of papers are looking at the survey of consumers' forecasts, of firms' forecasts. Ideally, we should look at them together, okay? This is one of the insights. Just coming on the empirics, we would love to see how people change shopping trajectories. That would be the ideal empirical target. And we thought about this. It's just the data are not there. Even the Nielsen doesn't have a perfect match between the pricing at the shopping level and the shopping bundle at the household level. So it's very, we don't have the match we would like, but that would be nice. But I just want to say, I will not narrow that much to a geographical interpretation because it's a bit more richer. Probably is on our shoulder, like trying to convey that. And so on that line, I could agree on Mirko that the next time we put our hands on the paper, we should do our best to convey this wider interpretation of the model. I don't know how I'm doing in time, so I'm looking at you, Rafet.
So we're good. And there's a question, let me read this from Sigal. It could be interesting to think about changes over time in the distance between the islands and mainland due to better information technology and the effect on the gap between effective and posted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in fact, this is exactly going back to this idea of the Phillips curve, no? So that we are looking at firms, we have produced as a profession a lot of knowledge about firms pricing, but we are neglecting completely the other side and how different technology in shopping may change this relation between inflation expectation and output gap. But I mean, we need a model to discuss that, and we are short of models that can really speak to this kind of data. We didn't look at. I mean, actually, one of the problems with the empirics of this scanner data is usually that the time sample is short. So that this time experiment, we can do that, but I will not put my hand on fire what comes out because it's more important the cross-section variation than the time variation in this model, in this data. But it's certainly something we can look at.
Excellent. Okay, any other questions here or on the live cast? Good, and we are about on time. So let's take a few minutes break until the next paper. At 1:15, we're gonna start with Catherine's paper on the new evidence on monetary transmission. And until then, take 8 minutes to have your cup of coffee. I'm ready. Very good. Now we're very happy to have Katrin Ravich talk about new evidence on monetary transmission, interest rate versus inflation target shocks. Katrin, go ahead.
Hello, everyone, and let me start by thanking the organizers for including us on this very nice workshop. So very happy to do so. So this is a joint work with Lisa Lukmanova, who is also in the workshop participating. And yeah, thank you for the introduction, Refet. So yeah, as the title suggests, what we aim to do is to study the monetary transmission mechanism. And actually, for today, it's only going to be in closed economies. Apologies. Let me start with this. So that's a very general audience introduction, I suppose. Nonetheless, let me stick to it. So what we really are interested in is obviously in understanding how the actions of the central bank affects macroeconomy. And so we do that with our typical tool set of either empirical macro models, so essentially VAR models, or with more structural dynamic stochastic general equilibrium models. And let me just summarize what I mean, you all know that, I'm aware, but what the consensus of generations of a new Keynesian view is how a monetary shock that increases the nominal interest rate affects the macroeconomy. We all know, and well, now we would probably be back in a world where we think of nominal rigidities being the mechanism, so the firm side and firms setting friction, facing frictions in their price setting decisions. We know that in such a case of a nominal interest rate increase with nominal rigidities, that translates into an increase in the real interest rate, which incentivizes households to save more. So we get such a demand-driven contraction to which firms respond with lowering prices. So what we need to re-incentivize consumers to spend again. But since we have nominal rigidities, we know that this doesn't work perfectly. So we see both a drop in output or output growth and in inflation. So that's the consensus view, that a nominal interest rate, a shock that increases nominal interest rate would lead to a decrease in both inflation and output. And so the question is then, is that, first of all, does that hold true in the data? Or if not, what could be the reasons that we don't see these co-movement properties that we would expect according to our view on the world? And let me also connect this. So is that essentially, is that a sufficient characterization on how the central bank affects the macroeconomy? And so I want to, on this slide, what I show you is essentially the time series of various measures of US post-war inflation. And so the mechanism just laid out, the new Keynesian view, essentially would explain short-term fluctuations in inflation to shocks, or to a monetary shock, and of course also non-monetary shocks. So this famous quote by Milton Friedman that we all also know, inflation is always and everywhere a monetary phenomenon, essentially points to the fact that these monetary shocks might lead to short-term fluctuations in inflation time series, but can't really explain these long-term trends necessarily in any good way. And they are actually, they typically reflect the more systematic changes in monetary policy or monetary policy conduct. And so we are obviously not the first to try to ask this question: is there something more than these short-term natured monetary policy shocks, and something that can explain these low frequency movements in inflation? And there is actually a literature so in structural models that includes time varying inflation targets that can account for these longer term movements in the inflation time series. Or alternatively, there's also an empirical literature that tries to study trend inflation, essentially. So this is what we started from. So we wanted to allow for a model setup that can account not only for these short-term fluctuations, short-term natured fluctuations of inflation, but that can capture these low frequency, or allow the framework to give the chance to also account for these lower frequency movements in inflation. So we do that, again, we do that by using the toolbox we have in macro, both from a DSG model, but also then an empirical VAR model. In the first area, so we essentially took an already established New Keynesian DSG model that has a time-varying inflation target by Ireland in the GMCB paper, or Cogley, Primitieri, and Sargent in the AJ Macro, and wanted to study these two types of monetary shocks. On the one hand, we have the standard nominal interest rate shock that I, on the first slide, laid out the intuition transmission channel for. But on the other hand, it allows us to study more persistent changes in monetary policy that come in through shocks to the inflation target, or changes in the inflation target. And we want to, first of all, understand, is the transmission mechanism of these two types of monetary shocks different? And how important is one versus the other, essentially. And we later on study a similar set of questions in a small-scale monetary VR that we augment with a variable that can capture these movements in, we should think of it as the implicit inflation target, not necessarily an explicitly numerically announced target by the central bank. I'll give you more details on what we use there for an inflation target series. But let me maybe come to the main result right away, or streamline the result a little bit. And it also links very closely to a topic that has moved into the focus of, well, definitely academia, but also in policy circles, of whether or not we see something like a Neo-Fisher effect in the data. And I'll say more on what it is in the next two slides. But so this is in a way a main result. So in response to an inflation target shock, a shock that increases this implicit target of the central bank, inflation target a central bank may have in mind, we observe that while the interest rate goes up in response to such a shock, inflation and output do not drop, but also go up. So we see a quite different transmission mechanism of such type of a shock. And no longer is the nominal interest rate negatively related to inflation and outputs in the short run, but actually positively. And this is what the Neo-Fisher effect is about. But let me, so this would be streamlining our results in the VR, but I mean, I will get there. Let me directly work on or elaborate a little bit on the Neo-Fisher effect. So what is it? We borrowed this slide here from Martin Uribe, that who has a very related paper. And so he studies what the effect of an increase in the nominal interest rate is on inflation, depending on whether or not the shock to the nominal interest rate is of temporary nature or permanent nature, and whether or not, or what the effect on inflation is in the long run versus in the short run. And now these three green boxes are essentially, there is, I would say, so the reason why we put them in green is that there is economic consensus on how inflation reacts to a nominal interest rate increase. So for one, a temporary increase in the nominal interest rate would lead to no effect on inflation in the long run because of monetary neutrality. It would lead to a decrease in the short run. So that's the new Keynesian logic: increase in the nominal rate, increase in the real rate, demand-driven contraction, inflation falls. So these two are quite undisputed, I suppose. Also, the third box here is relatively clear in the sense that this is what would come out of the Fisher equation. So now box 3. So if I think of the Fisher equation, this is nothing else than relating nominal interest rate to the real and inflation expectations in the long run. So if you really take a view over decades, if the real rate is unaffected by monetary factors, then we should see a co-movement of nominal interest, a positive co-movement of nominal interest rates and inflation by and large. And we do see support for that in the data. So that's the Fisher effect. That's also relatively undisputed. The neo-Fisher effect would be about box 4. So what is the effect of a nominal interest rate increase that we know is long-lasting, or actually in Uribe's view, even permanent, on inflation in the short run? And what he claims and finds is that, well, it's positive. So the nominal interest rate and inflation move together positively already in the short run. And yeah, according to his decomposition, are quite important in understanding inflation dynamics. So obviously, before coming back to our setup and what we do, how it relates and what we do differently, so we also do a couple of things very, very much differently. Let me emphasize that obviously these questions of whether or not new Fisherian effects are present in the data is indeed very policy relevant, right? For a central bank that wants to understand and ultimately control inflation. And so especially since in this new area, since the Great Recession, where unlike in the past, where typically the problem of central banks was to get actual inflation rates to the target from above, so contain inflation and bring it down. Now it seems to be the problem seems to be, or the challenge seems to be reversed. So very often central banks nowadays have a target, but tend to undershoot this target. Let me to relate to this some anecdotal evidence for this new Fisher effect. Think of Japan, who in response to a stock market crisis at the end of the 90s, lowered the rate essentially to the zero lower bound, and more or less with very few quarters over the entire span, significantly deviating from the zero lower bound, has left this policy rate at that level. So that was a very permanent lowering of the nominal rate, and there's actually no sign it has created inflation. So if it's really a permanent decrease, then maybe these new Fisherian effects are not well, they might be present. So we really want to understand this in the data. What do the data tell us about this? Yeah. So back to our approach. We don't have temporary versus permanent nominal interest rate shocks. We really connect more closely to this literature that came from studying time-varying perceived inflation targets. But similarly, we can at least distinguish between a monetary shock, nominal interest rate shock, that is of a temporary nature, and a monetary policy shock that is more long-lasting, so very persistent. So in contrast to Uribe's work, our long-lasting monetary policy shock is, strictly speaking, only persistent and not permanent, but it's very related nonetheless. So let me go to check the time and start with what did we do? So we want to find empirical evidence. First, we develop a DSGE model, or actually take an already established DSGE model estimated on post-war US data and see what the evidence from that is and it also helps us understand the transmission mechanism of this inflation target shock. So let me not talk too much about the model, because it's actually a small scale new Keynesian model with not so much special. So we have a linear labor production function, monopolistic competition, Calvo pricing, preferences over consumption labor with habits. So all very standard. And actually also for now, what is very standard is that agents are assumed to be rational and have full information. So I'm already setting up the stage that there will be some follow-up work where they won't have full information. So this is coming, but let us first study this model version. So maybe the only element of the model that deserves a bit further explanation is the Taylor rule. So we have a standard Taylor rule where the central bank responds to inflation and an output gap with some interest rate smoothing. Just that unlike the more traditional Taylor rules, the inflation target is not fixed, but possibly time varying. And the easiest way we model that, or we stick to the way it has been modeled previously, is to model the time varying inflation target by an autoregressive process. That's a model. We then want to estimate it. So we do that on, as I said, post-war US data, output growth, inflation, nominal interest rate. We also do a bunch of robustness exercises that I don't have time now to talk about. And I'm also not going to present any of the estimated parameters. Maybe the only thing that I want to emphasize is that the estimated inflation target process that comes out from this exercise is indeed very persistent. Yeah, so that's even for macro processes which we are used to, that they are persistent, but this inflation target process is indeed very, very persistent. Okay. So now let me take this model to very briefly outline the mechanism of, so the transmission mechanism of that standard nominal interest rate shock, which we know, but also this persistent inflation target shock. So again, the temporary nominal interest rate increase, so it's R on the figures, it's I on my slide. So sorry, that's the same, that is the nominal rate. So an increase in the nominal rate, as we know, the new Keynesian logic leads to this demand-driven contraction, firms lower prices in response. So we see this typical co-movement in response to the standard nominal interest rate shock, nominal interest rate increase, drop in inflation and output. However, this other type of monetary shock, this long-lasting in persistent inflation target shock, we get the following dynamics. So first of all, the shock quite persistently has increased the inflation target. Now, in a world where agents fully understand the world, full information as the most conventional assumption in DSGE models, what does it mean? People didn't expect the shock to happen. I mean, ex ante, of course, it was zero, but then a shock realized they didn't expect the shock to happen. But once it happened, they know what happened. And in particular, they know that for a long, long time, the inflation target will be higher. Which means that in such a world where they fully understand these dynamics, households and firms are going to, well, households more in the Euler equation, that's the mechanism here, expect inflation to be higher. Yeah, so their inflation expectations increase. What does that mean? If inflation expectations increase, the real rate drops, so stimulating the macroeconomy and leading to an increase in output. Yeah? And of course, in response to this increase in inflation and output, we also will see that the nominal rate responds to these two variables. So it will increase. So again, we would have a neo-Fisherian dynamics in response to such a shock under full information. Interest rates and inflation and output co-move positively already in the short run. Okay. Now, I emphasized quite a lot this if agents fully understand the world, but do they? I mean, if agents see a change in the nominal interest rate, do they really understand the nature of this shock, whether or not it's a temporary increase or coming from an inflation target shock? So what we argue is probably not. So probably, yeah, agents don't fully understand the world and need to learn the nature of the shock over time. So this is exactly the direction we took. We extended this very conventional VSG New Keynesian model to a setup where agents have imperfect information about the type of monetary shock. And let me maybe give you that one equation where you can see what that means. So that was our Taylor rule from before. We can rewrite this Taylor rule in the format that I have here in equation 3. So as a standard Taylor rule plus a monetary shock. But now this monetary shock epsilon here consists of two components, the two types of shocks. On the one hand, the standard nominal interest rate shock of short-term nature, so temporary, but also the inflation target shock, or the process that moves the inflation target. And of course, under full information, agents, so if the inflation target increased because of an inflation target shock, agents fully understood the world. They understood that. Whereas in an imperfect information setup, all they would see is, so if pi star, the inflation target goes up, they would observe a fall in epsilon, but they wouldn't know where this fall comes from. It could be an expansionary short-term shock or an increase in the target. They wouldn't know. So, and the setup here is, well, agents have an observable here. This is this epsilon term. And they have, we have some state transition equations for the two types of shocks. So it's a perfect setup of Bayesian learning here. And that's exactly what we do. So we incorporate this imperfect information setup into our DSG model. Again, estimate this with Bayesian methods, and then study again the transmission mechanism. Let me go back to the, and I want to be quick on that because still have lots to talk about. So the transmission mechanism to the nominal interest rate shock, it looks similar in the sense that an increase in the nominal interest rate, so this short-term shock to the interest rate, would still lead to a decrease in inflation and output growth. So the standard New Keynesian logic, even in the setup of imperfect information. However, now if we turn to studying the transmission mechanism of this persistent inflation target shock again, now this setup of imperfect information has made a difference. Why? So again, an increase in the inflation target would base the inflation target and leave it up and high for a very prolonged time. But actually what agent expects, at least initially, is, well, they are very unsure that they only observe this epsilon term, which they saw falling, but they don't know where it came from. And actually they put quite a high likelihood to the possibility that that drop in epsilon actually came from a temporary nominal interest rate shock. So what it means in the short run, since agents are not so sure that it was an inflation target increase, their inflation expectations do not go up by as much, at least. So we don't see, at least not as much of a decrease in the real interest rate. We still see it, but significantly less pronounced. So we actually see, well, actually, so output growth and inflation still go up, but by much less so. And actually, since in the Taylor rule, so the nominal interest rate, the response to inflation is a bit lagged, since it responds to an average of the last 4 quarters, or today and the last 3-quarter inflation. So it actually takes some time for the nominal interest rate to go up, meaning that, that in the short run, in a setup of imperfect information, there doesn't seem to be evidence for this new Fisherian effect in this estimated DSG model. Okay, so that's what we learned from these 2 setups. So what's really, and we also back out this filtered and smoothed time series for the inflation target from as a byproduct of our estimation that we also, among others, use in our VR. Okay, so we have some empirical evidence from the DSG world. It was giving some confirmation that there is that there are new Fisherian effects in the data, but not entirely clear in the immediate short run. So let's use our other tools in macro, and let's approach this from a more empirical approach. And so essentially, let's take a VR or a structural VR. I'm going to say more on, so we're going to specify our structural VR using the methodology of a recent series of papers by Baumeister and Hamilton that have all been very prominently placed. Here is the more general information. So what we want to do is we want to have a VAR in which we have the standard monetary quantity, so the standard time series for a small scale monetary VAR, but where we also add an observable time series that stands for the central bank's implicit inflation target. And we use several measures to proxy for this, in principle, unobserved inflation target. We also look at different subsamples, different robustness checks. Let me not go into depth there. Let me instead, I really need to speed up, tell you what we use as the model for the inflation, the variable for the inflation target. So again, we use various measures to proxy for this inflation target time series. Our default is this perceived inflation target rate measure from the Federal Reserve Board's US model, but we also use the Survey of Professional Forecasters long-run inflation expectations to proxy for the inflation target. We use empirical measures or our DSG implied measures. Yeah.
5 minutes, please.
Sorry?
5 minutes, please.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. Where am I? Yeah, here. So let me, maybe the only takeaway from these different measures is that indeed what they capture is more or less these low frequency dynamics of the inflation time series. Yeah, some more smooth, some a bit more fluctuating around, but by and large, so they are different from each other, obviously, but at least they have in common that they capture these low frequency movements. Okay, so we now have a 4-variable SVAR model, and we can, of course, in this setup, think of dynamics of our macroeconomy being driven by an AD shock, an aggregate demand shock, an aggregate supply shock, the standard nominal interest rate shock, and a persistent inflation target shock. Now, the methodology of Baumeister-Hamilton uses the approach to directly specify the elements of the A matrix coming from the predictions of the theoretical model. Yeah, so they actually have a very generic standard New Keynesian model in mind in helping us to pin down the elements of the A matrix. We also, so we have different approaches. On the one hand, we also follow this very generic DSG model extended to our 4th variable. Alternatively, we actually make use, and maybe let me maybe switch to this part of that slide here. So what we have from our DSG models is we get the DSG models policy functions. as linear functions of the DSG model's state variables, and this impact matrix times our shocks. Now, what we can do is, we know what this impact matrix of the shocks is, so we can actually take our theoretical model to back out the elements of the A matrix. The only issue here is that we had two types of DSG models, and they actually implied different responses, in particular of the inflation target shock. Different responses of the macro variables to the inflation target shock. So the Baumeister-Hamilton methodology luckily allows us to incorporate this uncertainty about identification here. So we, in particular, we specify the distribution over these coefficients of the A matrix for this inflation target variable to be quite uncertain, and we choose the coefficients somewhere in between of what the full information and what the imperfect information model would tell us, would predict us, and specify these, well, not only the mean, the prior mean of these A coefficients we place in between, but we actually leave a relatively broad prior variance for these coefficients as well. The Baumeister-Hamilton setup then allows also to specify the sign restrictions on the shocks of ASAD, nominal interest rate, and inflation target. And in particular, what we want to leave open is how inflation responds to an inflation target shock and how the nominal interest rate responds to an inflation target shock. So in this, so I was unfortunately a bit briefer on the setup than I had hoped for, but so let me at least turn to the results we get from this structural bar with this methodology.
Very quickly, please.
How many minutes?
Very quickly, please.
Very quickly, exactly. No, it's my second to last slide. Yeah, so back to the standard temporary nominal interest rate shock, we would get what we expect. A nominal interest rate increase leading to a decrease in output and inflation without really affecting much the inflation expectations or perceived inflation target. And for the VAR-based inflation target shock, what we see again is very persistent, also coming out from the VR. And we do get this positive co-movement of the nominal interest rate with inflation and output. But we do not necessarily get it in the very short run. So on impact, or maybe in the first 2 quarters, these responses would actually be insignificant. So summing up, we enlarged the setup to distinguish between these two types of shocks, and have shown that especially studying the transmission mechanism of this more persistent monetary policy shock relates very much to a recent discussion on whether or not we have neo-Fisherian evidence in the data of this positive co-movement of inflation and nominal interest rate. And indeed, we did find empirical support both from the DSG and the empirical macro model, just with the fact that there also seems some evidence in the data that agents need to learn the nature of the interest rate shock, so interest rate increase. So neo-Fisherian effects might be there, but not maybe in the immediate short run, only with a delay. And with that, let me thank you for maybe giving me the extra minute in concluding. And yeah, thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you for that. And the discussant will be Yossi Yakin.
So I stop my slides, I suppose?
Please do.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. So thank you very much for the opportunity to discuss this paper. I enjoyed reading it. The neo-Fisherian effect is often overlooked by central bankers. So bringing empirical evidence on this topic is very important. Before discussing the paper, I want to take a few minutes to present, to give a brief overview of the neo-Fisherian effect. And actually, Catherine has done that, so I'll be even briefer. And I think this kind of introduction for the neo-Fisherian effect maybe should find its way into the paper, because it really helps fix ideas about what is the neo-Fisherian effect and how is it relevant. This is more important. How is it relevant to recent monetary policy? So as I said, I'll give a brief introduction of the neo-Fisherian effect, then go over a little bit the summary of the paper, and then my comments. Okay, so the Fisherian or neo-Fisherian effect are based on two very basic foundations. The first is the Fisher effect. Nominal interest rate equals real interest rate plus inflation, and the assumption of long-run monetary neutrality, which in this context just means that in the long run, the real interest rate is unaffected by monetary policy. So if we accept these foundations, then a permanent shock to the nominal interest rate is going to raise inflation in the long run. This is the Fisherian view. So might look a little bit weird, although it's very, the foundations are really basic. Raising interest rate to the extent that this is a permanent shock is going to lift inflation eventually. The neo-Fisherian effect says, okay, if we give a permanent shock to the nominal interest rate, inflation will rise today. We don't need to wait till monetary neutrality will kick in. It happens today. Okay. Now, notice that the new Keynesian model is neo-Fisherian, and the mechanism that drives it is basically, it comes from the forward-lookingness of the model. The model is very forward-looking. So what happens is, once we give a permanent shock to the nominal interest rate, we know inflation is going to rise eventually. This affects expected inflation, and through the Phillips curves, it affects inflation today. So the new Keynesian model delivers the neo-Fisherian effect through the expectation channel, and the expectation channel is strong enough such that it may overcome, maybe you may think that might be a contractionary effect. Actually, it turns out that is not even a contractionary effect, but it is all about the forward-lookingness of the model. So if we tamper expectations, we're going to weaken this effect. And this is exactly what happens in this paper by introducing imperfect information. Once we have imperfect information, the expectation channel is tampered, and we are pushed away from the new Fisherian effect. Now, maybe, if surprisingly, but it turns out that we don't really need permanent shock. It is sufficient for the shocks to be persistent enough to get this result. And how persistent? Well, that depends on the degree of nominal rigidities. So just to fix ideas, think of the case where there's no nominal rigidities at all. In that case, monetary policy is neutral and inflation moves 1-for-1 with the interest rate in every period. So there's really a trade-off between price flexibility and the persistence of the shock. The more flexible prices are, the model requires less persistence in the interest rate shocks in order to deliver the neo-Fisherian effect. Okay, so why is it important? Why should we care about the neo-Fisherian effect? Well, it means that if we take it seriously, maintaining low interest rate for a long period of time may cause low inflation. So at least what is required is that the shock is going to be perceived as persistent. And of course, this is relevant for recent monetary policy. So going briefly, so we know what happened after the global financial crisis. Interest rate, the Fed fund rates dropped to near zero. Forward guidance let the public know that this is going to be a persistent shock to the interest rate, and the interest rate remained low for 7 years. Inflation was, this is core PCE. Inflation was lower than target, at least the announced target by the Fed. And what I want to emphasize here, because this is exactly is going to be the motivation for my main comment, there's no inflation target shock here. So we should really try to distinguish between interest rate shocks and inflation target shocks. Now, this is, of course, relevant to other countries as well. And here is one example, and this is Israel. We have an inflation target range between 1% and 3%. This is the shaded area. In 2014, interest rate dropped to near zero, of course, against the background of low inflation, but interest rate remained low for a long period of time, for over 5 years. Actually, this goes only until 2019. I stopped the graph before the pandemic because I didn't want to go into COVID and other stuff that was going on there. But inflation remained low for a long period of time, and despite of the low inflation despite of the low interest rate, inflation was low as well. It was throughout this period, it was below target. Okay, so after giving this background, let me go quickly over a summary of the paper. So what the authors do, they augment the standard New Keynesian model with two elements. The first is inflation target shocks, persistent shocks, and imperfect information. The inflation target shock operates as a persistent interest rate shock, and imperfect information, as I explained earlier, basically tampers private agents' expectation, which tilts the model away from being neo-Fisherian. They estimate both versions of the model, these G models, full information and imperfect information for the US economy, and then estimate a VAR while being agnostic about the information structure of the agents. The main results, basically as expected, I can say, imperfect information weakens the neo-Fisherian results. Under the under the estimation of the DSG model, under full information, a persistent shock to the interest rate generate a positive co-movement between interest rate and inflation on impact. Under imperfect information, actually on impact, there's a negative correlation, but co-movement becomes positive after 5 quarters. So keeping in mind, keeping interest rate low for 7 years. So this gives, at least open the door that new Fisherian effect may be relevant for what's going on in the data. The VAR estimation, the VAR estimation also support the neo-Fisherian result. And finally, I find this last result, the central, if we take seriously the result, what they mean, central banks can, or at least under the estimation, the Fed can raise inflation by raising interest rate with no output cost. And this result was also found by Uribe and by others. And what happens is that inflation expectations rises so much that it rises by more than the rise in the nominal interest rate. So the real rate goes down and we have an expansionary effect. And in my view, by the way, this result I think should be more emphasized. Okay. My main comment, I have 3 comments, but this is the main one, is about the narrative. The paper is all about inflation target shocks, although the theoretical model, the new Keynesian model, is unable to distinguish between interest rate shocks and target shocks. The Taylor rule, abstracting from the interest rate smoothing component, is just a standard one. There's inflation gap, and the nominal interest rate reacts to the gap between inflation and target. There's an output gap and an interest rate shock. Now, this can be written as follows. I just multiply and divide by the steady state inflation. And here the assumption that the shock, the inflation target shock is persistent but stationary comes in handy, because what it means that when we shock the system with an inflation target shock, it doesn't move the steady state inflation. If the shock was permanent, of course, steady state inflation would have moved as well. So I multiply and divide by the steady state inflation, and we get this. The Taylor rule can be written as like this, with a new interest rate shock, and the interest rate shock is just is composed of 2 elements: the former interest rate shock and the inflation target shock, and we really cannot distinguish between the 2. And so in order to distinguish between them, there's just an assumption that the inflation target shock is persistent and epsilon r is transitory. But going back to the data, well, it doesn't look like there was an inflation target shock, and I'll show it in a moment. So basically, my comment is about the narrative of not really about the analysis, definitely not about the theoretical model itself, but it's really about what it means and how we take it to the model. So persistent shock to the interest rate are driven in the paper by fluctuation to the inflation target, although recent experience at least opened the door for considering persistent movement in epsilon r. And this is the inflation target or the inflation target shock or indicator or proxy that the authors use in the paper. And what we see is that it is very persistent, and it is extremely relevant to the data. Well, at least if your main focus is about inflation dynamics in this period until the late 1990s. But for the last 20 years, and specifically over the last decade after the global financial crisis, there's not much action in perceived inflation target, or there's, I wouldn't say, it's hard to me to digest a persistent inflation target shock for this period. So what I suggest is try to identify persistent interest rate shock, although I agree that it's not going to be easy, especially because of the persistent decline in the real rate. And what we really need to do is to decompose movement in the policy rate, decompose them to the part that maybe is going down because the real interest rate is going down, and the other part is just a monetary shock. So just as a first pass, and this is far from being perfect, but this is just a first suggestion, is assume that the inflation target, and I'm talking about the last, let's say 20 years, assume the inflation target is fixed, and then we can use deviation of the forward break-even inflation from the target level as a measure for the persistence of the interest rate shocks. So I would try to go in that direction. Now, my last two comments I'll be briefed about causality versus co-movement. The paper presents the neo-Fisherian result as a positive co-movement between nominal interest rate and inflation, but at least the way I understand it, the neo-Fisherian result is really about causality. It says that a central bank can lift inflation by raising the nominal interest rate, of course, by making a permanent or a persistent, letting the public know that this rise is going to last for long. So this is a flavor of something that is really relevant for these days. So, so my suggestion is just to change a little bit the language of the paper from talking about co-movement to more causality, because this is really at the heart of the neo-Fisherian effect, and this what motivated the introduction of the neo-Fisherian effect. Okay, my last comment is about interpreting the VAR. Now, this is more relevant to the robustness checks than the baseline estimation. And in the robustness checks, they use trend inflation and long-run expectations as proxies for monetary policy intentions. But it might be the case that what looks like a neo-Fisherian reaction might actually reflect reverse causality. Policy may react to trend inflation or to inflation expectation, meaning that we see expectation going up or we see expectation going down, and as a result, the central bank reduces the interest rate, and that's what caused the positive co-movement, although this is not really the neo-Fisherian effect. Okay, so let me just conclude and say the paper provides evidence on potentially this is a controversial topic, providing empirical support for the neo-Fisherian effect. And this has, of course, important implication for monetary policy. And my main suggestion is to go a little bit bolder by changing the narrative of the paper, making it more relevant to recent monetary policy, and talk about persistent interest rate shocks, and try to avoid, wouldn't interpret them, these persistent shocks, as inflation target shocks. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for this. And now we have time for Q&A. You can, just you may stop sharing so that we can see each other.
Yeah, one moment.
Okay, and you're welcome to ask a question here or type it in the public chat. And let me once again start this off. So let me ask Catherine whether she thinks the neo-Fisherian effect is actually there or not. That is, for example, the Bank of Israel wants to have a little higher inflation. We should recommend them to just go ahead and raise interest rates and be done with it. Why have this all pain of keeping interest rates at zero, doing forward guidance, all of these things? It may be somewhat clear that I am not a big fan of this idea, that it does seem to be reverse causality. But let me put this out, let you respond to this and to Yossi's discussion briefly, and then we'll get to other points.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so that's of course a very provocative question that you raised. I mean, obviously we wanted to exactly find that out, whether or not there is evidence for this neo-Fisherian co-movement, or actually causality, I agree, in the data. And there is, so I mean, if we believe our own results, there seems to be evidence. There also seems that it doesn't come immediately. I think the question is, so if that really were my policy recommendation, that's of course much harder, I agree. And I think central banks don't really dare to do this experiment, or in particular, they have, so actually Japan did at some point raise the interest rate, and it backfired. So they reverted back, lowering it again very quickly. So, but then of course it was also too soon to change expectations that this is really the intention to increase it permanently. I think to some degree we would need to see central banks daring to do this experiment.
I think, the other thing that might be useful is to think about, let's assume, there is no such thing, that this is impossible, and ask, what else might it be that leads to this empirical finding that looks like the new Fisherian effect? Mm-hmm. And that might be a fruitful area of research. But I'm not going to ask you to respond to this because we have people asking questions. So I'm going to turn to Mirko first.
Okay. And later on, so first of all, thank you, Yossi, for your comments. I'll be happy to reply to them, but since now the floor is open, so thanks.
So thanks a lot for the very interesting paper and presentation. So I like the point that this incomplete information makes it less likely to get this neo-Fisherian effect in the model. But I also had the impression that it would actually make it more likely for you to find it in the data. In the following sense, I think the key challenge in the data is to identify these inflation target shocks. And then one way you do that is that you look at inflation expectations. But inflation expectations are going to move a lot with realized inflation, in an incomplete information context. I mean, think about the presentation by Gaetano. People go out, they observe prices. When inflation goes up, they see higher prices, they move inflation expectations up, and at all horizons. So then you have inflation driving inflation expectations, and then you take inflation expectations to identify your target shock, and you find that it moves positively with inflation. So it looks a little bit like regressing inflation on inflation. And then, it's quite naturally that then this higher inflation leads to higher interest rates. So my question was, isn't it that if you have this incomplete information on the side of households, doesn't it also make it very hard for you to identify these target shocks from inflation expectations?
Okay, so shall I respond right away? Because this is actually also a point that
sure.
Yossi already raised. So I agree. So the world is imperfect. We obviously don't observe an implicit inflation target that the central bank has in mind, if it even has one. So our approach to that was to, well, only on the one hand, use this time series that are survey-based and are long-run inflation expectations based. So that was our default or baseline measure, this PTR measure. And of course, these long-run inflation forecasts from the SPF, they are also just inflation expectations. But we also use, and I haven't said too much about this, we also use the estimate of trend inflation from the purely empirical literature. So this Stock and Watson measure and extensions to that. And we also use our measures that came out of the DSG model estimation. So the filtered time series of the inflation target. And there it really has the interpretation of an inflation target, of course, not just inflation expectations. And we were actually surprised how similar the impulse responses to these types of shocks come out of the VR, irrespective not, but quite consistently, which measure ever we took as a proxy for this implicit inflation target. And they do differ from each other. I've shown you this figure briefly of these various time series, but the identified shock to such a thing, and I agree. So, inflation expectations may vary for a number of reasons, not just because the central bank may change an implicit target, many other reasons, forward guidance in recent years, There might be this reverse causality. I also agree about that. Yeah. So our approach was to see, or first of all check, and then that's what we found, that also the measures that are moving away from this purely expectations interpretation of this time series, they were giving really similar results. That's what I can say on that.
Henning?
Yeah. Hello, Katrin. Thanks a lot for your presentation. That was very interesting indeed. I was wondering about the natural interest rate and whether you could back it out in your framework, given that it is an estimated DSGE model. And I guess out of personal curiosity, I would be interested in seeing whether this backed out natural interest rate in your framework associates with your estimated perceived inflation target. I mean, I guess central banks increasingly justify changes in their targets by the natural interest rate or changes in that rate. And it will be interesting to see whether something like this is in the data in your estimation. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks. That's also a very good question. So especially given all the discussion on the fall over time in the natural interest rate. And to that, so we in the current version of the DSGE model, we actually do not look at this, but a very long time ago when we started out, we actually backed out the implied estimated real rate, and we did observe the fall in this estimate of the real rate over time, and so that, and I agree, that's also what we would expect. So there's also this this Falling Stars paper by Bauer Wudebusch, I don't know. Someone knows, so documenting that, yeah, exactly. So the whatever pi star and r star are very much related, and you should expect to see these two things going in tandem, especially in recent times with nominal rates well being relatively fixed or close to the zero lower bound. Yeah, probably we should back it out again and use I mean, that's the nice thing about the DSGE model or structural model, that you can, yeah, understand the implied dynamics of other interesting macro variables. Yeah.
Let me stop you here and go to Wouter's question.
Yeah, mine is actually a follow-up of Rafit's question. So, I mean, so we've seen that a low interest rate environment can go very well with, you know, very stubbornly low inflation rate. But then, you know, so Rafit is that, you know, does doing the opposite sound plausible? And then most of us would think it's not, it's nuts, it's crazy. The central bank would do it. Although, of course, it would be great experiment. But so in your empirical work, especially the VAR, could you look at asymmetry? Right, but the effect is really there for persistent increases in the interest rate and persistent decreases in the interest rate.
Can I jump in here and say, for the persistent decreases, the Turkish experience is a good one, because our president is a firm believer that interest rates cause inflation and not the other way around. So the Turkish central bank, under political pressure, kept interest rates low and lowered interest rates in the face of rising inflation. And this was very credible because, you know, their hands were tied. So interest rates went down, inflation went through the roof.
Yeah.
So it backfires on both directions. Japan says if you raise interest rates, you will have to lower them, right? And Turkey says if you lower interest rates to raise inflation, you know, if you lower interest rates to lower inflation, that backfires so inflation goes up. But I turn to Catherine.
Yeah, I also agree. So this looking for asymmetry would be interesting to do. So we haven't done that at all. Of course, our empirical VAR model is entirely symmetric. Maybe in a follow-up project, we should definitely look into that. But yeah.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, so let's turn to Henning, who's giving an invited talk and who's going to have 45 minutes to talk, and then we'll have 15 minutes of general discussion. And I think somebody is going to cut in and do a countdown. Or not. Why don't you go ahead?
Thanks a lot, Rafat, and thanks a lot to the organizers for putting the paper on the program. Now, this is joint work with Klaus Adam at the University of Mannheim. And what we do is we look at trends in relative prices at the product level in order to come up with an estimate of the optimal inflation target. I should say I work at the Bundesbank, so there's a disclaimer applying here. I'm expressing here my own views and not those of the Bundesbank, the ECB, or the Euro system. Let me moderate the topic a little bit. I guess it's pretty clear to everybody that in modern economies, we have pretty high rates of product turnover. There's two recent papers that make this point. So one is the Nakamura-Steinson paper that uses microprice data that underlie the official US consumer price index. And they show this by looking at product substitution. But there's also a paper by Broder and Weinstein that looks at scanner data, so even finer data if you want. And they also show a quite substantial amount of product turnover. Now, there's a literature on endogenous growth, and this literature has emphasized the role of product turnover and product life cycles already since quite a while. But it has emphasized the role for the real economy, so for economic growth. What we want to do in this paper is we want to look at a monetary economy and again, understand what the role of product turnover and product life cycles are in this monetary economy. Now we look at two things. First, we provide some facts on trends in relative prices over the life cycle of products. And I explain a little bit more what I mean by this. And then we show, or we argue, that these relative price trends, in fact, have quite an immediate mapping into the optimal inflation target. And this seems a little bit of a leap at the moment, but you will see that this is actually a quite immediate relationship. Now, what is the evidence that we find in the UK microprice data? So the first piece of evidence is that if you look at product prices, so that is the price of a very specific product, take a water bottle, and take this price relative to the average price in the expenditure category of water bottles. So again, a very narrow expenditure category, and then follow this relative price over the lifetime of the product. What you will see is that this product price tends to decline. So a different way of saying this is that in relative terms, newly entering products tend to be expensive, but once they age, they become cheaper. This is the first fact we establish. And the second fact is that if you look at these type of age trends in relative product prices, in the cross-section about many different expenditure categories, what you see is quite a substantial heterogeneity in these age trends. And one example is news or fashion products. Those tend to have quite a strong negative age trend. So those tend to have quite strongly declining relative prices. Now that's the second fact. And the third fact is that if you look at these relative price trends on average over time, what you see is that they seem to become steeper, at least in the UK, over the last 2 decades. And that, of course, is going to map into dynamics in the inflation target, in the aggregate. So far about the evidence. Now then we want to go on and think about this evidence in a structural way And we do this by setting up a sticky price economy that can account for relative price trends over the life cycles of products. And in this economy, it turns out that there is a proposition holding which says that if you look at these age trends that we estimated in the data, in the theory, they turn out to be efficient. So what do I mean by this? So these trends are not going to be affected by stickiness in nominal prices. They're not going to be affected by whether or not the monetary policy regime is optimal or suboptimal. And they're not going to be affected by aggregate or even more disaggregate shocks in the economy. So what is nice about this proposition is that it allows us to think about the estimated age trends as something that is efficient and should be brought about by macroeconomic policy. And the intuition for this proposition is, I give you broad intuition, but that is that nominal stickiness is going to distort the level of relative prices, but it is not going to distort the trend in these relative prices. So that is why this proposition comes about. Now, that we have a theory that tells us that these relative price trends are in fact efficient and desirable, the question becomes what optimal inflation rate supports these relative price trends. And of course, there are quite a few ways of getting a relative price to decline over time. So one is you let the nominal price decline. So that will be the PJ here. So the nominal price of the product declines over the life cycle of the product. And of course, that's going to give you a decline in the relative price. Now, another way is that you let the price level increase and keep the nominal price constant. So again, this is going to give you a decline in the relative price. Now, of course, you can also have a combination of both of these possibilities. So there are quite a few options that you have here. It turns out that what is optimal in our framework is that you want to have the price level increase. And that, of course, means that you want to have a positive optimal inflation target. And the price level should increase exactly at the rate that is inverse to the rate of the age trend. So it basically, the entire age trend in the relative price is generated by the price level. And what this implies is that the nominal price can stay constant. And of course, this saves quite substantially on price adjustment costs or frictions and relative price distortions. Now, here's a little picture that illustrates this. On the left-hand side, what you see is a situation in which nominal product prices, so this is the blue line, they decline over the lifetime of the products. And then the red line, that will be the price level. That, in fact, is constant. So that would correspond to zero inflation. And of course, in this picture, you get relative prices that decline. But of course, the difficulty here is that the nominal product prices have to adjust all the time. Now, on the right-hand side, you get, again, relative prices that decline, but you do not need to have nominal prices to adjust because the adjustment is done by the price level. That's the red line. And this adjustment comes about because each new cohort of products enters at a relatively high price. And of course, over the course of time, that's going to pull up the price level and generates the inflation that we want to see. Now, I said that one of the facts in the data is that these relative price trends differ massively across different expenditure categories. And of course, what this implies is that there is a monetary policy trade-off underlying the choice of the aggregate inflation target. So you can think of our framework proposing that at the level of individual expenditure categories, each category has its own optimal inflation target. And then, of course, there's an aggregation question, how you want to go from these individual inflation targets to the aggregate inflation target. Now, in our sticky price model with the product life cycles, we show that this trade-off is resolved in actually quite a straightforward way. So the optimal target is at least approximately an expenditure-weighted average of all the individual targets. Now, this gives us a relatively straightforward way of estimating the optimal target. And as I said, we do so for the UK economy. And what we find is for 2016, a range between 2.5 and slightly above 3%. Now, if we look over time, actually what we find is that this target increases over time by around 1 percentage point. And this goes back to the third empirical fact that these relative price declines became steeper, at least on average over time. Right? And then this, of course, maps into an optimal target that increases over time. So if time permits, I would also show you some estimates for France, Germany, and Italy, which basically use the same framework which we've produced in order to help with the ECB strategy review. Now here's the outlook. I look briefly at the evidence in age trends for the UK. I tell you a little bit about the sticky price model with the product life cycles. I show you our estimated UK target and then turn, if time permits, to the estimates for the EventPlace. There is related literature, and I want to highlight especially two papers. There's one by Davide Argente and his co-author. They show that product replacement actually raises monetary non-neutrality. If you have a nominal model with product life cycles and learning, that's a very interesting paper. I mean, what we contribute in addition to this framework is that we really look at the normative implications of these life cycles. Now, there is also a paper that looks at the evidence in price trends, so age trends, but this paper looks at nominal trends, so trends in nominal prices, and finds mixed evidence. And actually, we reproduce this evidence in the UK data. Now we work with the UK data, as I said, and I think there is another paper here at this conference that also works with this data. This is the one down here, and I very much look forward to this paper. So how do we estimate the relative price trends? Now take a product and in the data we use, this product is classified in one of 1,100 expenditure categories. And in each of these categories, we run a small panel estimation, which you see here in the equation, that takes the relative price on the left-hand side. So this is PJ divided by P, and makes this a function of a product-specific intercept term, the age trend. So S would be the age of the product, and the B here is the trend estimate. And then we also have an error term. So what we use here in this regression is the nominal price of a product. And you can think of it either as the quality or the not quality adjusted price, because our view of a product is that the product quality is going to stay constant over the life cycle of the product. So all quality is going to be also absorbed into the intercept term here. What is the product age? Well, that is the in-sample product age. So basically, this may be a truncated variable when the statistical authority doesn't sample the product right from the market entry of the product, but only some periods after that market entry. So we run this regression on the UK microprice data, which is a sample from 96 to 2016 monthly data. We do some adjustment to this data. We refine the product definition that the statistical authority produces in order to make it conform with what we have in the theory. I should say that there is no housing-related items in this data, and there is no centrally collected items in the data, such as horse race emission. So these are actually quite important categories in the CPI, but they are not in this specific data. As I said, we come out with about 20 million price observations in the end. So here's our estimated distribution of age trends. And what you see is that the mass of this distribution mostly falls into the range from -5 to 0%, which means that these age trends that we estimate indicate that relative prices at the product level tend to fall by up to 5% over the year. Now there's a little bit of mass in the positive domain, but there's also a little bit of mass in the more seriously negative domain, -5 to -10. And of course, this indicates that at this fine disaggregation level, there is quite a bit of dynamics in these relative price trends. Now, here a brief detour to the nominal price trends. This is the red distribution compared to the blue distribution we looked at previously. And you see that there the evidence is much more mixed. And of course, if you do the proper weighting, on average, these nominal price trends should recover the aggregate inflation rate, right? And this is at least approximately what happens in our sample too. Now let's get back to the blue distribution, the relative price trends, and I aggregated here in order to show you that the heterogeneity in this distribution survives quite a massive degree of aggregation. So these are now the two-digit COICOP categories that you see. And the first column gives you the relative price trends that we estimate in % per year. And you see that all of them are negative. So all indicate that the relative price of the product declines over the lifetime of the product, but they differ quite substantially. So you have the outstanding one, clothing and footwear. This is at -10% over the year. You have recreation and culture. This is at -4% over the year. These are also both quite large expenditure categories in terms of the spending share that goes to them. Now, you also have those which are much less negative. So this is alcoholic beverages and tobacco, for instance, which is very close to zero. And this is just, as I said, to highlight this heterogeneity is not going to go away just by aggregation. So let me flesh out our theory model that allows us to structurally interpret these estimates. It's a multi-sector version of a model we developed in a previous paper. But now we have, as I said, many expenditure categories, and those categories, the number of those categories can vary over time. So there's going to be category turnover if you want. And this is a tribute to the data that we work with. So what generates the product life cycle? These are two fundamental factors. One is the relative quality of the product, and the other one is the productivity of the product. Productivity, this I call a G here with a subscript J, that evolves systematically, so you can think of it as either growing or declining over the lifetime of the product. Now, product quality is set at the entry of the product into the market, and thereafter it's going to stay constant. So what makes the relative quality of the product change is that we have a product quality frontier in the economy. That's the Q without the J subscript. And that frontier can also develop over time. So it can grow, or it could also decline. And of course, this frontier is the quality that the new products get. And then the relative quality of the incumbent products is going to be deteriorating or increasing depending on what this frontier does. We have idiosyncratic product entry and exit shocks. They are specific to the category level. There is a CES aggregation of the products in a given expenditure category to the output level of this expenditure category. And then the aggregation across expenditure categories is a Cobb-Douglas aggregate. The household side of the theory is completely standard, so I'm not going to talk a lot about this. Instead, let me tell you a little bit more about this life cycle dynamics and productivity. So here you see the production function of the firm, J, and that firm produces using capital and labor. And then there are two productivity components. A, that is the component that is common to all firms in this expenditure category Z. And G is the life cycle or experience productivity component of the firm. Now that component is just basically driven by the G bar. We augment here an idiosyncratic shock in order to help us match some of the features of the microdata, but it's not essential for our results. So the G bar is normalized to unity at the time of entry of the product. And thereafter, it grows at a rate, the little gz, that is the same in the, for all products in the expenditure category. Now, of course, you may argue that this is a little bit of a simplification, and I think it is, but this simplification helps us to produce analytical aggregation in the model, and that turns out to be quite useful in order to derive normative results in the aggregate. So how about nominal stickiness? We assume Calvo-type nominal pricing frictions, and we let the firm that just entered be free to choose its product price, its nominal product price. So basically, the new product is going to be free to have whatever price the firm chooses. But then in subsequent periods, the firms are subject to price stickiness, nominal price stickiness. And again, this is specific to the expenditure category. It turns out that the optimal reset price that firms select can be decomposed in two components. Now, this is the equation that you see here on the slide. Now, one component is stationary and captures the forward-looking expectation of the firm. So that basically is the one that generates distortion in the level of the relative price. Remember the intuition I previously alluded to. And that would capture the firm's expected discounted marginal costs, at least the common component of those costs and other things. Now, this, of course, is not going to affect the trend because it's stationary. What affects the life cycle trend of this relative price is this component here, which is driven by the productivity of the firm, but also the relative quality of the product that the firm produces. And you already see here that this trend is not affected by nominal stickiness. And we summarize this insight into a little proposition, which basically recovers our regression equation. And that proposition says that the optimal reset price satisfies exactly this regression equation. But what is new now is that we can interpret structurally the H trend. So this H trend now is the ratio of the growth rate in the firm's productivity, life cycle productivity, over the growth rate of the quality frontier in the economy. Again, there is a product-specific intercept term, and there is an error component, which is zero. Now, this H trend here is efficient in the sense that it is not affected by price stickiness, and it is also not affected by other distortions in the economy. So whether you are in a flexible price world or in a sticky price world, this trend is going to show its face no matter what. And as I said previously, the intuition is that the firm has really a strong profit incentive to track the flex price, given that this flex price now has this trend, right? So it's very important for the firm to make sure it actually is somewhere near this trend. Now, we show in the paper that this proposition extends beyond reset prices to all prices in the economy. And therefore, we really can interpret this H trend that we estimate in the UK data as the ratio of our two structural parameters, the G over the Q. And I wanted to repeat here now the argument that I made why this H trend maps so directly into the optimal inflation rate. Now, as I said previously, from a welfare point of view, what you want to achieve is that the nominal price of the firm is constant, because that is going to save on price adjustment costs or relative price distortions. So what must account for this relative price trend, of course, is the price level in the expenditure category. And then what you get is that the optimal inflation rate in this category is just given by the equation at the bottom of the slide, which says that pi star is equal to G over Q. Now, how do we aggregate across all these individual item categories? This is what this equation shows. As I said before, this is just, so the optimal inflation target is just an expenditure weighted average of the inflation targets which are optimal at the expenditure category level. Now, what is the weights that resolve the policy trade-off of the central bank? Well, these weights are, for one, the spending share that goes into this category. And the other component is the relative growth of the item or of that expenditure category. This is a size adjustment that we need because given our assumptions about the quality frontier, for instance, output in these different expenditures categories is going to grow at a different rate. Now, and I should, of course, state that this is an approximate result that is accurate to first order, but we obtain a fully nonlinear result, and basically from this we derive the approximate result. What is interesting about the approximate result is that by, I guess, no famous stickiness principle that Benigno pointed out in a 2004 paper, in our situation matters only to second order. So it's not going to affect our first order accurate aggregation result. I should also say that there is a very nice paper by Alex Woolman that studies a trade-off that's quite related in a model in which you don't have any product life cycles. So which this would correspond to G over Q being equal to 1. And Alex Woolman finds a mild negative inflation rate. And the point here is that once you add product life cycles, that is going to give you a much more positive optimal inflation rate. So these product life cycles seem to be quantitatively actually quite important. Now, we have a section in the paper where we establish that our approach is robust to potential imperfect quality measurement on the side of statistical authorities, which of course is quite an important issue. I can talk more about this if you want later. And so I said initially that we also allow for turnover at the level of expenditure items, so that number of expenditure items is governed by ZT. And we do this by interpreting this result up here, which is a steady state result, in a repeated form, if you want. So in one period, we freeze the set of items and think of this as a steady state. In the next period, again, we freeze a new set of items and think of this as the steady state. And of course, that's going to give us time variation in the optimal inflation rate. This is how this time variation looks like. So you see that at the current juncture, well, actually, it's not so current anymore. It's 2016. So in 2016, we are slightly above 2.5% with our optimal estimate. But over the last 2 decades, actually, we see quite a pronounced increase in the optimal estimate, in the estimate of the optimal target, which is about 1 percentage point. So quite a sizable number. Now, of course, all this aggregate estimate is based on the distribution of relative price trends at the expenditure category level. And I show you this distribution here, and it's basically the same distribution that we looked at initially, just flipped, because there's an inverse relationship between the optimal target and the H trends. So what determines this trend in our estimate? Now, to understand this, we do a dynamic Olli-Pakes decomposition, and I show you the results of this decomposition here in the upper panel. Now, blue is our estimate normalized to 0 at the beginning of the sample. And the other colors are the decomposition. So if you look at the items or the expenditure categories that continued all the time from the beginning to the sample to the end of the sample, you see that there's very little contribution to the trend. And in principle, there could be contribution to the trend if expenditure share is shifted to the items that have a relatively steep negative trend. but this doesn't seem to be the case in the data. Instead, what you see is driving the trend is the green line, and these are the items which have entered since the beginning of the sample. So the new items, those are the ones that have a relatively steep trend, so steeper than the average trend of the existing items. Now, there's also a little bit of a contribution from the exiting items, which of course exited with a below average relative price trend, and therefore pull up the remaining, the average relative price trend in the remaining items. So far about the UK results. Now I'm gonna draw on results from a more recent paper that we did for the Euro area. And this is again joint work with Klaus Adam, but we also teamed up with Erwan Gauthier at the Banque de France and Sergio Santoro at the ECB and the Banca d'Italia in order to look at the evidence that we can gather for France, Germany, and Italy. Now, the motivation, of course, was the ECB strategy review, and we wanted to see what would be our framework delivering in terms of estimates for Euro area economies. And we do, for purpose of comparison, a very similar estimation and aggregation methodology. And again, we use data that is underlying the official consumer price index in each of these countries. Now, this data has been made available via the Eurosystem's Prisma research network, which studies inflation dynamics by looking at the microprices. And it has quite a few interesting data sets, and the ones we use are only some of them. So I tell you briefly about this new data sets and then jump right away into the results. So these new data sets, so now we're going to do a cross-country comparison. So we have to be careful about the samples that we select. And we look at two different samples. So one is going to be a country-specific sample. Basically, we used the largest possible sample for each country. And for France, this would mean that we cover about 2/3 of the total HICP basket. For Germany, we would actually cover 4/5 of the total HICP basket. And for Italy, again, we cover about 2/3. And you see here also the number of COICOP categories, which are somewhere around 200. Now, we want to make sure when we do a cross-country comparison, we also look at exactly the same COICOP categories for all countries. And when we do this, the coverage of the data sets of the country data sets changes, of course, and it changes actually quite dramatically. So for France, we go from, now this here is the coverage of the country-specific sample now. So this, we cover about 2/3 of the 2/3 of the official basket for France, okay? For Germany, it's just 50%, so we cover only roughly 40% of the official basket. And for Italy, this looks much better. It's about 90% of the country-specific sample. Otherwise, we treat the data very similar to how we treat the UK data. One notable feature is that in the European data, there's barely any turnover at the level of expenditure categories. So at the level of these COICOPs, which is why we keep the Z constant in our estimates. And of course, that's gonna be relatively important for the trend that the optimal target might display or might not display. So let me jump right into the estimates for the Euro area. Now we look at the sample, which is harmonized across countries, so the small sample. And the time period we look at is 2015, 2019 for France and Germany, and 2016 to 2019 for Italy, because there's a break in the classification for Italy. But here's the estimates. So they are 1.8 and 1.8 for France and Germany, and 0.8 for Italy. So Italy has a considerably lower estimate. Now, if we go on average overall for each countries using 2019 consumption weights, we get 1.5%, and we take this as kind of an approximate estimate for the Euro area. Of course, this 1.5 is close to but below 2%, but this is the past. Now the ECB has a target that is 2% symmetric. You probably would need other factors in order to justify the 2% symmetric. We also do a static Olli-Pakes decomposition, which shows you that for France, the weighted and the unweighted mean are basically the same. For Germany, there's a little bit of a difference. So we weight in Germany the items with a steep relative price declines more than the other items. And for Italy, again, there's relatively little of a difference. So now let's look at the country-specific sample and compare it to the harmonized sample. So the first line repeats the results from the previous slide. And you see that if we go to the country-specific sample, the numbers for France and Germany change quite substantially. So for France, we go from 1.8 to 1.1. And for Germany, we go from 1.8 to 1.2. For Italy, we stay basically in the same realm. And then if we look at the euro area estimate, we go from 1.5 to 1.1. So if you look at the country-specific sample, these estimates become much more homogeneous across the countries. And of course, the reason is that this harmonized sample is quite a specific subset of the country-specific samples. Now, let me take the case of Germany. The German sample would contain rents with a relatively big weight. So it's not all housing related items in the CPI, but it's quite a fraction of those. And rents would have a share of 12%, an expenditure share of 12% in our sample. And we would estimate an optimal target for these 12% expenditures of 1.2%. And of course, once you bring in those rents, those gonna dramatically drag down our estimate of the optimal target, as you see when we go from the harmonized estimate to the country-specific estimate. Now, we do quite a bit of robustness checks, but in the interest of time, I also would not talk about those here. Instead, let's drill down a little bit into a sectoral breakdown in order to better understand how these aggregate numbers come about. Now we're back in the harmonized sample. So again, the COICOP categories that we look at are the same in all the three countries. And we discriminate here between optimal rates that we estimate for food items, for non-energy industrial good items, and for services. Now, each of these categories is roughly 1/3 in terms of expenditure weight. And you see quite a pronounced pattern. So for services and food, basically our estimate is 0. And for goods, this estimate is quite substantial, namely roughly 5% for Germany and France, and about 2.5% for Italy. Now, one notable exception in terms of services is, again, Germany, because here we actually estimate a negative optimal inflation target, which would mean that there's a positive trend in relative services prices. And then, of course, services get more expensive over their lifetime. So again, the question that basically remains on this slide is how come that Italy has such a different estimate for the goods category? And let's drill down at an even finer sectoral breakdown, namely at the 2-digit COICOP category level. This is the same that we looked at for the UK economy. And also you see a very similar pattern. Again, we have the clothing and footwear category coming out at a relatively strong negative relative price trend for France and Germany, but less so for Italy. Now, what is probably a little bit different here is that now we have some negative numbers here. And for the UK, we had basically only positive numbers once you turn around these age trends and map them into the optimal inflation target. So there's a little bit more variation in the euro area data in this respect. But let's think more about this Italian situation. So how come that these trends here are so different? Now, it turns out that in Italy, you have a law that stipulates specific time periods in which firms are allowed to post seasonal price declines. This, of course, is a strong coordination device for firms, right? And if this coordination is so strong, of course, these declines, seasonal price declines, they're not going to be show up as strongly in the relative price that firms feature, right? So basically, it is this coordination device that dampens the relative price decline in Italy and finds its way up into the aggregate estimate. Now, I wanted to step back at this point and go back to the theory, which postulates that relative price declines are driven by life cycle productivity gains. And of course, if you think about this specific category, clothing and footwear, that seems to be quite an abstract explanation of these relative price declines. Of course, there are alternative explanations, and I have listed 3 here. So one would be that the perceived product quality deteriorates over the lifetime of the product. And this is quite natural if you think about fashion products, which become, once they become outdated, much less interesting for consumers. Now, another potential explanation would be that the product usage period shrinks with the product age. And I guess an illustrative example is a winter coat that you buy once the spring season is arriving already, and hence that winter coat is not so useful anymore. Now, you could also think about outlets being subject to limited storage technology. And then the new collection comes in, and of course, they must make sure they sell off the old collection. Now, these are alternatives. And if you think about this, these alternatives, of course, require much more sophisticated formulations of preferences in the economy, of consumer preferences, and of, say, outlets or firms' technologies. But still, these explanations would suggest that these relative price declines are efficient. And this means that monetary policy should facilitate relative prices to adjust and decline. And hence, monetary policy should really take into account these age trends that we find in the microprice data. So far about the sectoral breakdown. Let me now move to a comparison over time. So what we do here in the European data sets is we look at 2 different subsamples. So one going from 2010 to 2014, and the other one being the baseline sample 2015 to 2019. And we do this for all 3 countries. But now we go away from the harmonized sample across countries and instead harmonize the sample for each country, but over time. Okay. Now, this means that the estimates that we get here for the baseline sample are slightly different from the country-specific estimates that I showed you before. Now, what you see if you look at these results is that there seems to be a little bit of an indication that relative prices, these age trends in relative prices might become dampened, so less steep. So for France, you see a decline from 1.5 to 1.2%, equally for Germany. For Italy, you see an increase, at least in our baseline specification. Now, in a different specification, we would see, again, a decline for France, constant situation for Germany, and then a steep decline in the target for Italy. Now, so we think of this evidence as kind of mixed. So it may indicate that there has been a decline, but it could equally indicate that targets stayed constant over time. And we construct these estimates by really isolating the effect of the age trends. So basically, we use the weights, the expenditure weights from the late sample and apply them equally in the early sample. The only thing that is different in these 2 samples are really the age trends that we estimate. Now, if we go and compare this evidence to the pronounced trend in the UK optimal target estimate, of course, what generated that pronounced trend in the UK was this much greater degree of COICOP turnover. And this is less present, much less present actually in the euro area. And given that the data underlies the official consumer price indices, of course, this is carefully sampled data, and this COICOP turnover is, of course, also very carefully administered by the statistical authorities. So it's a little bit less clear how you would relate this to the true deep economic structure. I guess that is going to remain a little bit of an open question, at least for the moment. So here's a picture that shows that our relative price trends are plausibly stable or reasonably stable over time. So basically here we plot our estimates for different COICOP categories in the late sample against the estimates in the early sample at the COICOP 3 level. You see a little bit of variation, but overall, I think we're reasonably close to the 45-degree line. I mean, this picture could give you a little bit of a sense of structural change in the economy. But of course, now with the pandemic going forward, this picture might look quite differently, actually. And it's probably hard to do any extrapolation from now into the future. So this is it. Let me conclude. I showed you evidence for the UK and for France, Germany, and Italy on relative price trends and product prices, and that these trends differ quite widely across the different expenditure categories. I showed you some theory that explains how these trends map into the optimal inflation target. And then the estimates for the UK and for all European countries that we looked at are actually quite significantly positive. Now, we conclude from this that if you look at nominal price stickiness alone, this actually may justify significantly positive inflation targets. And of course, as a central banker, you would want to not only take one explanation into account, but several ones and zoom out from this one particular explanation. And so if you take into account zero lower bound or declining R-star considerations, of course, this could raise the optimal inflation target even further. So let me leave it at this, and thanks a lot.
Thank you. And to the Q&A session, beginning with Gaetano. Who should unmute himself?
Yes. Thank you. So thanks for the stimulating talk. I just noted down 3 questions. I will try to very quick. So the first is about the fact that we are talking about the trend. So something that is quite predictable since the beginning, no? So we really should believe that firms cannot act very constrained in the pricing, because I mean, what constrained me in just planning that well ahead. I know where the price is going, so I may plan that. The second is about whether there is anything that will change if I interpret this price trend coming from learning about a degree of sustainability that changes with the age product. So at some point, I may more likely substitute the old iPhone version with the new one, so they have to lower the price. I'm mentioning this because this will lead to lower markups with age. It is a force that the monetary policy may be happy to take into account, does not have to fight it. And then third question, more high level, like, I mean, how this figure fits with the zero lower bound, because many people have suggested we should increase the target to have more room for policy, and this is indeed a first order welfare loss if we cannot do that. So now your suggestion go to the other way around. So what are your considerations about that? Thanks.
Yeah, should I respond right away?
Please do so. Yes.
Yeah, about the CLB. So I go reverse order. About the CLB, there's little that we can say in our framework about the CLB, because we basically look at steady state results, which rule out aggregate shocks. But I guess it's conceivable that if you would take into account the ZLB constraint, you would actually want to raise the target even further. Probably not 1-for-1, and probably much less as if you start from 0 optimal target. But certainly it's going to be clear in which direction the optimal target should be shifted. Now about the markups, which so firm level markups, which move with the age of the product. So I agree with you that if we were able to measure firm level markups well, then I think there are going to be some product categories, maybe iPhones, maybe others too, in which you think that markups initially high in order to get the consumer rent from those fashion-related types, if you want, and then they decline over time. And this would, as you pointed out correctly, dampen the relative price trends that we estimate once we account for these markup trends. But I think you could equally well make the converse argument that markups increase over the lifetime of the product, say because the firm builds reputation for its product and hence finds it easier to extract markups from consumers. And then the story, of course, goes the other way around, right? And I think what we're going to find is going to depend heavily on the expenditure categories that we look at. Eventually, this is an empirical question which requires very good data in order to compute reliable markups over the product life cycle. And I think we're not there yet, at least not in terms of covering a big share of the consumer price index, of the official consumer price index. Now, about the price plans, yeah, I think that's a possibility that firms basically go and do price plans. And that seems that this basically does away with a lot of the friction that goes to that makes it hard for firms to basically track the flexible price trend. I'm not sure about the evidence about price plans. I mean, you don't see a lot of small and regular price declines or price increases in the microdata if you look at them carefully. That's one argument. And yeah, I guess I leave it at this. Okay, thanks a lot for this question.
Very good. Almut?
Yeah, thanks. Hi, Henning. I actually had a very related question. Let me just add on the previous question that I'm also puzzled about the fact that these age trends are somehow constant, or we should think of them as constant things, because, and it's also related to the markup question, because you can think of, if markups are somewhere in there, you can think of these as changing as state dependence, right? With competition changes that wasn't calculated in by the firms when they launched the product, or labor market conditions change, and this is somehow in the price decisions of firms. And then these age profiles. So should we think of firms when they react to shocks as moving on these profiles, and why should they then not, jump to another profile or revise their decision and change their profile? So that's an open question for me.
Hi, Almut. So yeah, I think that's also a very good question. We thought about allowing for more general functioning forms in our estimation of the relative price trends. So for instance, we also allowed for kinks in these trends, and I mean, even quadratic terms or higher order terms. Now, I think there are two issues here. The first issue is the data we work with. Now, as I alluded to in the presentation, the sample age that we observe is not necessarily the true age of the product, right? And it's well known that statistical authorities start sampling products actually with a quite big delay after these products entered the market, which means that a lot of the dynamics a lot of the initial dynamics in the relative price might have already faded out. Now, that is one concern, and then the remaining dynamics might be well captured by a linear specification. Davide Agente shows in his paper that actually he has better data in this respect, and shows, so he has scanner data and observes really the introduction of the new product. And the profiles that he estimates are not suggesting a big amount of nonlinearity in, say, the nominal price at least, right? So, I mean, that's a little bit reassuring for us. Of course, the other argument is that this linear or log linear specification that we use maps really nicely into the theory. And I somehow have a preference for going a little bit easier on the econometric side, but knowing how to interpret the estimates. But of course, people might have different views or preferences here. Thanks.
Very good. Next up is Christoph.
Thank you, Henning, for this very interesting talk. I have many questions, but I will limit myself to only one. So I was impressed by this heterogeneity of COICOP turnover across the countries. I was not really aware of this. And beyond implications for the optimal inflation target, this also seems to be important for inflation dynamics as such. So as macroeconomists, we used to explain inflation through output gaps, but less so with changes in the structural composition of expenditure items, for example. So could you use your data to explain cross-country differences in realized inflation, and what would be your considerations on this? Thanks.
Christoph, thanks a lot for the question. So, yeah, indeed. I mean, I think the COICOP turnover, that is quite striking, at least in the UK data. Now, for the European data, it's more that most of this COICOP turnover happens when you go from the old base period of the index to the new base period. Right? So this is, if you want, the coordination of COICOP turnover that is quite pronounced in the Euro area. I have little to say about explaining actual inflation dynamics by this type of COICOP turnover. I think it's interesting, and I remember a paper by Stock and Watson that looks at cyclically sensitive inflation, which I think does a little bit, goes a little bit into the direction that you may have in mind, right? So basically they allow for time varying loadings of the different expenditure categories, inflation rates, and use those in order to come up with an estimate for the Phillips curve. So this is what comes to mind here. But of course, I think it's important to be aware of this aggregate dynamics. And some of them might be actually quite relevant for the aggregate, but others probably are much less so.
Okay, Mirko? How about unmuting yourself?
Okay. I also found it very interesting. So one question that I kept on having is, why is it so difficult for firms to lower their prices?
Thank you.
I mean, I can understand that it's difficult for firms to raise prices, yeah, because customers might get upset. But here, you're basically taking away the opportunity from them to lower prices. No, so you're taking away the opportunity from them to do sales, to say, you know, the price is now cheaper, buy it now. And so, yeah, I don't understand what prevents firms from lowering.
Could I quickly add to this? This is the Arthur Den Haan point. I remember him giving a presentation where he said, you know, why are you so fixated on inflation? The whole problem seems to be price stickiness, fight against that. And
can you say it again? The whole
point is why are you so fixated on inflation? The whole problem seems to be price stickiness. So you should target the price stickiness. And that, I think, echoes Mirko's point. And here, you know, your policy advice is monetary policy, you know, these price reductions are efficient. So monetary policy, the relative price reductions are efficient. So monetary policy should aid them by having average inflation because nominal prices don't go down. You know, we kind of understand this in the labor market context where, you know, people really hate to see their wages go down, right? But I'd like to second Mirko that it seems really bizarre that, yeah, well, we should have higher average inflation in the euro area because the Italians wouldn't let sales happen. That doesn't seem to be a very obvious policy implication.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Now, let me first point out that all our price stickiness models assume symmetric stickiness in prices, right? So to the upside and the downside. And of course, I think if you look at the price change distribution, there's little evidence that there is asymmetry. I mean, you would see this evidence if you look at the wage change distribution. There, it's pretty clear that you see very few price declines. But in the price change distribution, I think there's not a lot of evidence in favor of asymmetric price stickiness, right? So I think, at least from the data, it seems not obvious why you would want to restrict prices being difficult to raise, but not so difficult to reduce. Yeah, I think that's basically what I can say here. I think I have not a much deeper defense beyond this. I think as a firm, you would think carefully about reducing your price, because keeping it at the level you have it, your nominal price, keeping it at the level you have it is going to give you additional markup and hence additional profits, right? So I think there is not really a strong incentive on the level of firms. I mean, they don't have to go through the customer anger or adjustment costs of adjusting the price. So why should they do it if this helps them to gain higher levels of profits?
So with my hat as the session runner, let me say one thing and not allow you to respond to it. But this comment seems to be correct for a uniform good. When you have different goods of different ages, and your point is that the aging goods price should go down, that would be okay, because that's what the firm wants to do anyway. It really is the price stickiness that stops the firm from doing so. So that's probably worth thinking about. But we are slightly over time, so let's conclude this session. And it was a great morning. We'll be back for more in about 40 minutes. See you all.
הכבל של המיקרופון. And this is an excellent opportunity to thank again the organizers. We have a very interesting morning with both theoretical and empirical papers, and also in this session, let me tell you also in name of the Bank of Israel that this is very helpful for us in our process for learning about the different aspects of inflation targeting, and we can see it also in the two papers that we have in this session. So let's go straight forward to work. The first paper is entitled Anchoring of Inflation Expectations. Do inflation target formulations matter? By Gross, Stephen Christoph from the Banque de France. Please.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and thanks to the organizers for including my paper in the conference program. I'm really looking forward to Alon's discussion and to receiving comments from participants and my colleagues from Bank of Israel. The views and do not represent those of the Banque de France or the Eurosystem. Such formulations are widespread due to the very prominent monetary policy strategy of inflation targeting. However, target formulations themselves, they differ not only across country, but also over time. So sometimes central banks decide to change the precise formulation of their inflation target or objective. And we've seen this last week when the ECB, for example, changed the inflation objective from below to close to 2% to a 2% symmetric. So to give you some other examples I have in mind here, New Zealand, a prominent early first mover in adopting the inflation targeting framework, had a target range until 2012 when they decided to add emphasis on the midpoint of their target range. And Sweden actually made the way back and forth. They stopped having an explicit tolerance band in 2009, operating only with a point target until they decided in 2017 to reintroduce a variational band for communication purposes. And because I'm talking at the audience of the Bank of Israel, they're also part of the empirical work I'm presenting today, where Israel is operating in an explicit target range defined between 1% to 3%, and sometimes classification can be key. Case of Switzerland defines they dislike disinflation, which gives a range of roughly 0 to 2%. But obviously, you can argue whether this is a precise range or not. However, I will classify target formulations in the empirical work into 4 broad categories. Either there's no precise numerical target. Examples are the ECB until recently, or the US Fed until they adopted the 2% objective in 2013. Second, I have an explicit target range. Australia is another common example with a thick point of 2 to 3%. Then the bulk of countries actually have hybrid versions, hybrid specifications with a point target and an explicit numerical tolerance band around it, or vice versa, explicit range with some emphasis on a focal point. It's very common among emerging market countries. And finally, there is a set of countries having only a pure point target. The UK is the most prominent example in this category. And indicated with an asterisk here are the countries that have changed the formulation at least once, but we even see some more back and forth for some countries. So the simple question is whether such target formulations matter empirically for expectations anchoring. Theory gives conflicting predictions to this question. So why a precise central bank target, for example, a numerically specific value, seems to be problematic if you consider a time inconsistency problem. This was analyzed by Stein in the late 80s, saying that actually this is interpreted as cheap talk. There's a strategic moment here why a central bank might want to communicate on a precise target, and the general public might deviate from that because they anticipate a strategic behavior. So the more precise the target is, the less expectations are well anchored, would be the prediction. second set of theories claim that ranges are more credible. There's Demetzis and Viegi look at an information game between the central bank and the general public, and when inflation falls within a certain interval, then the central bank is capable of building up credibility. With a point target, this is, as a limit case for a very narrow band, this is hardly possible, so they are not very credible ex post. So this is bad for anchoring of expectations. And finally, an explicit target can also signal more flexibility, as this was analyzed by Svensson. When you have optimal policy with the secondary objective, for example, employment or the output gap, then defining an explicit corridor gives you more leeway potentially as a central banker to pursue your secondary objective. And if you have persistently below target inflation, for example, you might not use all your unconventional measures because you're concerned about financial stability secondary objective. So all those testable predictions are the focus of this paper. I will use a panel model with 29 different countries, 12 of them advanced economies and 17 emerging market economies. And the sample period is covering the period, the 15 years of 2005 to 2020. I use private sector point forecasts for multiple horizons from 2 years, so the medium term forecast horizon, up to 6 years, which is the long-term forecast horizon. I deliberately neglect the short-term horizon. And I propose a novel anchoring measure in levels with respect to inflation target, or at least the midpoint of the range, in case there is a range target. And I'm going to analyze the cross-sectional distribution of point forecasts, and I'm going to fit an asymmetric fat-tail distribution, and this will allow me to analyze the symmetry of point forecasts within the cross-sectional distribution with respect to the target formulation. But I will become more precise in a minute. Main findings are that numerical target definitions with a midpoint have better anchoring properties compared to mere quantitative definition of price stability. However, point targets improve most expectations anchoring as an unconditional effect across all states of nature or all states of the economy. And they also help to prevent disanchoring in periods of sustained undershooting and overshooting. So these are the conditional effects when we condition on the track record of inflation. Additional tolerance bands do not really have adverse side effects, but they are less effective in limiting the shifts in the tails of the belief distribution during periods of sustained deviations from the target, which gives me, simplifying in a little bit, the empirical results, a ranking of target formulations with respect to their anchoring properties. And best in this term are pure point targets, then followed by hybrid targets. And third, a quantitative definition of price stability without a precise numerical target. And last are pure target ranges. And of course, this is, the results are apply to the sample period and to the sample country. So the quantitative definition of price stability, we only have those 3 countries, Japan, US, and Europe, the ECB, which might explain some of the results. So this paper is speaking to a lot of different papers or branches in the literature, existing literature. I would like to emphasize here the closest papers, that is a 2003 paper by Castelnuovo and co-authors, who actually have run a similar exercise without looking at the cross-sectional distribution. They only focused on the mean across panelists. And you can consider this paper as an update and an extension of the analysis in 2003. And work conducted in parallel to mine by Michael Ehrman, now published as a CPR working paper, focuses on pass-through of expectations at short-run horizon, at actually a horizon of 23 months, so not even 2 years. And he finds that the pass-through is weaker for ranges, which means that they are better anchored, but he uses different country coverage and also different sample period. So the results are complementary in the end and not necessarily contradictory. I will, if time allows, I will elaborate on this a little bit more. So, and the anchoring measure I propose, there might be interesting alternatives. For example, density forecasts from macroeconomic metric models. However, they would have the disadvantage they could hardly be interpreted as beliefs of actual agents because they are purely data-driven. Then a second interesting set would be subjective probability forecasts that are provided and explicitly through bins in the survey of professional forecasters, analyzed by my colleague at the bank, Sarah Muabi. Very interesting data giving density forecasts. However, they are only available for the US and the ECB, making a cross-country analysis with different target formulations actually impossible. The same applies for actual central bank density forecast or option implied inflation probability densities. So the proposed anchoring measure is not a density forecast, which I'd like to highlight from the beginning, but a summary of beliefs across agents, summarizing the information about central bank credibility. So coming to this anchoring measure, I use consensus data, consensus economics data, and I fit a very flexible parametric density function, namely the skew extended T distribution with 4 parameters. It's asymmetric and had fat tails. Unfortunately, and in the paper, I have lots of details about the simulated method of moment estimation. I won't have the time to go into the details in this talk. I like to focus on the results. And this gives me actually a 3-dimensional panel for each country I at quarter T. I get 5 observations for each forecast horizon from 2 to 6 years. So how does this look like? The main anchoring measure is the probability density that the inflation point forecast falls within a close interval around the inflation target. Like here you see data from the ECB where I said the inflation target is 1.8 and the interval is plus minus 10 basis points. At the 2-year horizon, you see that there's a disanchoring measure of due to low inflation, which is the light blue shaded area to the left of the middle point. And to the right, I get a disanchoring measure due to high inflation, which is all the probability that the point forecast of panelists is above this close interval around the target. And you can see that this is already has negative skewness on shorter horizon and a more positive skewness on a longer horizon. And those measures here I'm proposing are consistent with theory of optimal policy setting when central bankers are allowed to have asymmetric preferences about low versus high inflation. That was shown in a paper by Kilian and Manganelli in the JMCB in 2008. Okay, so let me go start describing a little bit the data. I first run a simple regression, pooled regression, where we look at the effects of the horizon, the forecast horizon on the probability, on the anchoring measures, where I control also for the fact whether a country is an emerging market sample or, and also about the conditional volatility of inflation realizations. And I include year fixed, year dummies as well. So, actually, what here is are the main anchoring measures, like the probability of being on target. And you see here that with the forecast horizon, quite intuitively, it's increasing with the forecast horizon. And this is consistent when I use only the mean of across all panelists and compare it with the distance to the inflation objective. So the more you go into the future, the more likely is that inflation is projected to be close to the inflation target. And the distance, of course, increases then decreases with the forecast horizon. I also find that emerging markets have slightly less well anchored inflation expectations average. And what is kind of novel as well is that I can look at the skewness of the cross-sectional beliefs of agents, and we can see that they are more positively skewed the more we increase in the forecast horizon. And this was an artifact already from this example I gave from the euro area. So maybe also due to the sample period when we had mostly low inflation in the data. So that gives kind of confidence that the derived measures of anchoring are sensible, capturing kind of what economists understand of well-anchored inflation expectations. Now let me focus on the main hypothesis of this paper, moving first to the unconditional effects and then on the conditional effects where we condition on the inflation track record. I'm going to run a couple of baseline regressions where I have here a generic dependent variable. For each forecast horizon, I estimate them separately. I do not exploit the three-dimensional panel in the estimation step. I include a dummy for the presence of a range, and I include a dummy for the presence of a reference to a point target. And I have a couple of controls here, like country fixed effects, year dummies, and again, the volatility of realized inflation over the past 24 months. And what I get is that actually only point targets, so in the reference group here and the constant, are captured all regimes that have no numerical definition of the inflation target. And I find that the point target increases our anchoring measure along all forecast horizons, okay? So that's actually good news. When you have an explicit numerical reference to a point, then you can, in terms of anchoring properties, you're better off than with the quantitative definition of price stability only. However, if you have on top of that some sort of reference to a range, the anchoring properties seem to be weaker again. And I actually test also for the difference in those two coefficients. And I show here, report here below the p-value, and they're significantly different from each other. So first result is that only the reference to a point target really improves over a quantitative definition of price stability. Then I move on and test only within the subsamples of countries that have an explicit numerical definition. This leaves out the euro area entirely, and this leaves out also observations of the US prior to the adoption of the 2% inflation target in 2012. And then I have in the reference group here ranges. I control then with a dummy variable for hybrid definitions of the target formulation and for pure point targets. What I find is the following. Again, for target ranges, you find that the more you go into the future, the more likely it is that expectations are well anchored. The point target, however, improves significantly across all forecast horizons, and the hybrid target as well with respect to the target range. So testing for the differences in the coefficients, I actually find that they are not distinguishable from each other. So when you move from a range to a point target or to a hybrid formulation of your inflation objective, this improves anchoring properties, but you cannot really tell which one is necessarily better in this exercise. Then, so far to the unconditional effects over all periods in time. Now let me speak to conditional effects, where I construct an indicator that was proposed by Neunkirch and Tillman in 2014, where I take the cumulative difference of inflation realizations country I at time S with respect to the midpoint of the inflation target. That's the pi star here. And I use 60 months backward looking window, following exactly what Neunkirch and Tillman propose. And the interpretation is, in my framework, much more flexible than in theirs. It's not referring explicitly to credibility loss. It can also reflect a very persistent shock. It can reflect some co-movement, some crisis, etc. So, and I'm going to separate periods of net cumulative overshooting from periods of net cumulative undershooting to really benefit from the symmetry properties in the data set. First, let me show you what this credibility loss term does with anchoring of inflation expectations. And this is very intuitive. What you might expect is when there's a sustained period of undershooting, well, the probability to be on target is lower. So you observe some disanchoring. Obviously, the disanchoring due to low inflation increases, and actually at both horizons of 4 years and 6 years. Here I report only 4 years and 6 year horizon to save some space, and so they both increase. And on the other side, there are fewer people considering that there might be disanchoring due to high inflation, which is kind of natural if you have a backward-looking component in your model to form inflation expectations. This is entirely what you expect. And you can even observe a shift in the mean to the downward. This is very consistent. And you can see the same with sustained overshooting. So when we have predominantly overshooting observations in the past 60 months, well, you see that disanchoring actually is not significantly affected. However, you see shifts in the tails of the distribution. There are fewer people believing that will be undershooting, and more people will be believing that there's an overshooting. Okay, so far so good. That's quite intuitive. Now we want to ask whether the inflation target formulation is capable of managing these shifts in the tails of the distribution, or even the main anchoring measure, by accounting for a double interaction. So the presence of a certain target formulation and undershooting and overshooting of inflation in the model. So let me show you what the results are. And let's focus on the tails of the distribution first. So when we have a sustained overshooting, what we can see here is, first of all, that this lowers the expectation that agents have that there will be below target inflation. Okay, so that's quite understandable. And what the interaction term shows us here, that this shift in the distribution, that there are fewer people now thinking that there might be an undershooting of the target, is counteracted. So actually, the distribution remains much more stable in the tails of distribution when we have a hybrid strategy versus a range target. Okay, we can observe the same thing for, let me change the color, for the undershooting. So when we have undershooting, we can see that significantly this shifts probability mass away from overshooting in the target quite intuitively. And when we look at the interaction with the hybrid target, well, we see that this is offsetting a little bit of this effect observed in the tails of the distribution. So, and the final point I'd like to make here is that we can do the same exercise for the point target. We see that, and what we can see here now is that actually this shift in the tails of the distribution is by 1 order of magnitude more prevented in the presence of a point target. And we can actually say the same about the shift when we look at undershooting of the inflation here indicated by this minus superscript. So bottom line for this.
Christoph, 5 minutes, okay?
Thank you very much, Michael, for indicating I will be doing this in 5 minutes. So bottom line of this table is that if you interact the track record of inflation with the target formulation, we see that the shape of the belief function is much more well preserved in cases of hybrid target formulation or point target formulation, and quantitatively, it's even best preserved for pure point target formulations. By the way, this is consistent with the idea, for example, articulated in the seminal Swenson AR 1997 paper, where he says that, look, when you have a dual mandate, you might allow yourself more flexibility when you're in a range to pursue the secondary objective. And agents might anticipate this when there's a hybrid strategy. They will adjust more, forecasts might adjust and be more backward looking and say, look, in this framework, we might continue for some while with undershooting of the inflation target, whereas a pure inflation targeter with only a point target does not explicitly allow for this room to maneuver in its monetary policy strategy. So this is consistent with some of the theories put forward. Also the Ofanidis Wieland paper of target zones, they could perfectly describe this constant effects of a range target, where we actually see the most disanchoring due to sustained periods of undershooting and sustained period of overshooting. Okay, so let me conclude. There's an unsettled debate about the pros and cons of different inflation target formulations. And this is reflected in numerous central bank strategy reviews. This Riksbank, the Federal Reserve, the Bank of Canada, and recently the ECB all undergo strategy reviews and compare different target formulations. Challenges for disanchoring remain present due to persistent low and high inflation, depending on the country. And not every country faces the symmetric challenge here. Some advanced economies might more be tricked by low inflation. Emerging market countries like Turkey might not be looking to high inflation. And this is also topical because in times of a low R star, low natural rates of interest, and higher risk of hitting the zero lower bound, there is an expectations bias due to the asymmetry of central bankers' tools. That's why we might be interested in the anchoring properties of different target formulations. In this paper, which is purely empirical, I show that point targets have some favorable characteristics. I propose an anchoring measure that is consistent with such a risk management approach to central banking, articulated in various speeches of central bankers. But there are also some limitations. I look at professional forecasters who are by nature quite attentive to central bank announcements. We know that they, through the publications of those professional forecasters' views, they are able to affect other agents' views. But it's not sure and not well understood if the results would also hold for households and firms who are shown in very recent work being much less attentive to central bank communication. So that's all. Looking forward to Alon's discussion. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Christoph. So we move to Alon Binyamini, who is the discussant from the Bank of Israel.
Hi. You can hear my slide. You can see my slides, right?
Yes, I can.
So thanks a lot. I'm very happy for the opportunity to discuss participate and discuss this interesting work by Christoph. And I'll, of course, start by a brief summary of the work. The research question is whether there is Okay, then. So again, I'll start by a brief summary of the paper, which asks or tries to figure out whether there is a particular formulation for inflation targeting that which is superior to others in terms of anchoring expectations. A question which is, of course, empirical in nature and is motivated by heterogeneity of formulations across space and time. And not only we have a heterogeneity of formulations, we also have a heterogeneity of theoretical predictions regarding the question which formulation is best in anchoring expectations. And so we go to the data, Christoph goes to the data to figure out which is the better one, which is the best one. And the data work is very impressive. You know, Christoph described it as a three-dimensional panel. Actually, it's much more than three-dimensional because for each point of time and for each economy, it includes an entire distribution, not only a point estimate, a point focused, but an entire distribution. And it makes it a very useful and impressive database. And the econometric analysis, which is kept as simple as possible, is also very informative and insightful. And at the end of the day, Christoph concludes that indeed there is a particular formulation which performs better than others. And this one happens to be the numerical point target, where it even seems that an addition of tolerance band around this numerical point would not improve, and in some cases would even deteriorate the performances. How the paper is structured, it starts by a theoretical model which Christoph chose to exclude from the presentation. I think it was a good choice. Anyway, the theoretical model justifies the exploration of an entire distribution and not only of point focused. The reason I think it's not necessary is that the model uses an ad hoc assumption of asymmetric preferences, and therefore those are not a result, but rather they are assumption of the model, and therefore it's not necessary or it's not useful in justifying your choice of focusing on the entire distribution. Anyway, then you move to chapter describing the data, which consists of one classification of inflation targeting regimes, which vary not only across space, but also across time, as you mentioned, which is very tricky and sometimes, by the way, not so straightforward. In occasions, it might be the case that the regime in practice is not in line with the formal regime, which is a challenge you have to address. Anyway, this is one component of the chapter describing the data, with the second one, of course, being a chapter or sub-chapter that describes the construction of the predictive distribution based on the collection of the panel data, which covers many individual predictions. This is, of course, followed by the central part of the paper, which covers the empirical analysis, where you ask or where you try to figure out what drives the anchoring probability, that is, which variables increase the probability of hitting the target or falling within the target band, where in cases you don't have a band, but a focal target, you defined a narrow band of plus minus 0.1%, and you try to figure out what increased the probability of hitting this hypothetical band, with, of course, the variable of interest being the exact formulation for inflation targeting. In addition, you have controls, which includes what kind of economy we have, be it advanced or emerging market economy. You have as control also the historical properties of the inflation, of the the statistical properties of historical inflation, and you have interactions between the variables and between them and the inflation target formulations. Based on which, as I said, you conclude that there is a particular formulation which performs better than others. And after after describing what you did, let me comment, starting with my main comment, where I would like to challenge your main conclusion. You conclude that it is the inflation targeting regime that makes the difference. Where I would like to offer an alternative view based on which it's not the targeting regime per se, but it's the general regime. It's the regime in general that makes the difference. And since the regime or the economic properties are in occasions correlated with the formulation of the inflation targeting, we may get the wrong conclusion that it is the formulation of the targeting. To see why it might be the case, note that there is a single variable that captured the soft properties, so to speak, of the economy. There is a dummy variable that takes the value of 1 if the economy is an emerging market economy and 0 otherwise. And this variable seems to have a very important contribution, a very important, significant and quantitatively big coefficient. The question is if this dummy variable is good enough in capturing the huge heterogeneity that economies have in terms of institutions and in terms of economic developments and so on. One source of concern is that there is heterogeneity within groups, but there is a very huge heterogeneity within each one of the groups. To see why, let us start by focusing at the group of the emerging market economies. This is a figure, by the way, which is taken from the paper. Let me increase it a bit. What we see here, we see a list of emerging market economies with a description of the formulation for each one. So for instance, for Peru, we have a focal point of 2%, surrounded by a band of 1% to each direction. In the case of Thailand, we have only range without focal point, and so on. Now, what we see here is that with the exception of Thailand, all economies characterized by a range, as opposed to hybrid formulation, countries or economies characterized by range are also characterized by higher level of the range or of the hypothetical target. And accordingly, they are also characterized by a wider range. And so there is a reason to suspect that we have, not to suspect, we see that there is some correlation between the formulation and the level of the inflation, which suggests that there might be some more correlations. Anyway, the message, the takeaway from this particular slide is that pure range is typically higher and wider. And possibly, we can't see it here directly, but possibly it is also correlated with the degree of the development of the economy, which would cause biased conclusions. Why does it matter? Why higher inflation target matters for anchoring? Because higher inflation is typically more volatile inflation. One reason, not the only one, but one reason is the following one. Consider economy I, which is characterized by inflation target, which happens to be bigger and even much bigger than that of the US. In that case, of course, considering that the real exchange rate in the long run is exogenous, for simplicity, assume it is a constant. In that case, the exchange rate of economy I would in general depreciate with respect to the US dollar. Now, particularly in emerging economies, the CPI is not a well-established nominal anchor. Rather, it would be the exchange rate. And so with a trending exchange rate, we lose the nominal anchor, which would naturally translate it into this anchoring of inflation expectations. And so this is one channel through which higher target, and not the formulation per se, but the fact that the target is higher, even if only implicitly, would cause this anchoring.
And 5 minutes?
Sure. And if such higher level of inflation targeting is correlated with range, then we would have a systematic bias and a wrong conclusion. What happens if we focus attention to the group of advanced economies? So here we see that heterogeneity is much smaller. However, we see that heterogeneity is not necessarily random, which also affect our conclusions. Pay attention to those characterized by focal point, in particular Japan, Norway, United Kingdom, United States. This is based on data from last year, but assume that even that once an economy adapts a formal formulation, there are good reasons to assume that such inflation targeting formulation is well in place in practice much earlier, much before the formulation is adopted formally. And so, anyway, so what we see here is that the countries which are the biggest economies and those with the best performances in general, they also have good performances in anchoring inflation, and they happen to be economies with focal point. So the question is whether is the focal point per se, or the fact that the economy is good in general and not only in anchoring expectation. It happens to be correlated with the formulation of expectations. So, challenging the main conclusion, I would like to suggest that it would not be the formulation per se, but assuming that the formulation is correlated with other soft characteristics of the economy, it might be the case that it is the quality of the regime or the degree of the development of the economies in general, and not the formulation per se that makes the difference. Because I'm short in time, let me skip to other more minor comments. Asymmetric risks. You described your results related to the asymmetric distribution and to the way asymmetric risks evolve with the horizon. Actually, you didn't pay much attention for it in the presentation itself, but in the paper, we see that in the short horizon, this anchoring is dominated by low inflation, by risks to this anchoring due to low inflation, whereas in longer horizon, it is this anchoring due to high inflation, which dominates the risk balance. And having a shifting risk balance suggests that we also have shift in the causes. When we focus at the short run, the natural candidate or the immediate suspect would be the effective lower bound, which you also mentioned in the paper. But in the longer run, when the risk seems to tilt upward, it is interesting to understand and to map the differences across countries that would explain the reason and the way the risk of balance shifts that might have policy implications. Last comment relates to the choice you have or didn't have actually to focus on disagreement. The distribution you construct, the predictive distribution, do not describe uncertainty with respect to inflation, rather they describe disagreement, because I remind you, the distribution consists of many individual forecasts of many individual professional forecasters. As such, the analysis makes conclusion with respect to anchoring of agreement, not of certainty. Now, anchoring is a relevant or disagreement and uncertainty are both relevant concepts for anchoring. But if it happens to be the case that both are negatively correlated, so for instance, assume a case where with higher degree of uncertainty, forecasters choose as a risk management strategy, they choose a herd behavior. In such a case, they would tend to agree about the forecast, not because they are certain, it's the other way around, because they are uncertain. In such case, we have a negative correlation between agreement and certainty. Now, if our motivation is to anchor agreement, fine. But if it's uncertainty we care about, in such case, we may reverse the conclusion from the paper. So, to conclude, I think that there is some more work that should be done in order to convince us that it is indeed the formulation per se, not the regime in general. I think we have to use some more controls. And even if at the end of the day, the conclusion would be that it's not the formulation per se, but the regime in general, this is also a very, it does not kill the paper. It's also a very interesting and important conclusion, that it's the quality of institutions in general and so on. I think that the paper can be benefited from some more discussions with regard to policy implications and so on. And once again, I think that the paper is very impressive, in particular when it comes to the part of the data collecting and processing and analysis, as well as the econometric analysis. And thanks, that's it.
Thanks a lot, Alon. And people that would like to ask questions, please write them in the public chat. Christoph, I will allow you to comment on Alon's discussion, but let me add two small points. One is concerning the control variables. Maybe you could consider variables like macroprudential decisions or things like that, that may have some effect as well on expectations. And a second question would be whether a middle group that looks at the range, but also mentions some parts of the range as some different observations. So I suggest you comment on Alon's discussion, and then if someone would like to ask questions, please do it in the public chat and I will allow it.
Thank you very much, Alon, for your careful thoughts. Very quickly, you mentioned that you're concerned about the properties of the emerging market fact that there's an emerging market category. So this is reflecting about time invariant country characteristics. Time invariant country characteristics in this econometric approach are captured by country fixed effects. So when the emerging market dummy drops out, it's because there would be multicollinearity if I account for fixed effects for each country plus the emerging market dummy, which are both time invariant. In fact, here, anything that comes at institutional quality, which is stable over time, is grabbed by country fixed effects. So this cannot actually be a point of concern in this econometric approach. The level of inflation, you mentioned this, actually, there's plenty of evidence. I think Capristan, Timmermans have a paper in the JMCB on this, that higher inflation targets lead to higher inflation volatility. That's correct. And actually, one of the control variables is inflation volatility. So when you say that there's a higher target, probably leading to higher average inflation, this is captured by, at least with inflation volatility then in part. That's a variation, which is country specific and changing over time. So here, I think you made your point very clear that the formulation might be correlated with the level of inflation target, and therefore I include this variable as one of the controls. But still, I take your point that you're concerned about omitted variable bias. So I might rephrase your question then. So you're concerned that there's some variable, let's call it institutional quality, that's changing over time. It cannot be time invariant, which is driving somehow the choice of countries to select them, give themselves a point target or a target range or the hybrid strategy. That's actually the heart of your comment here, that you're concerned about this potential endogeneity of choosing your inflation target formulation, because every central bank can choose freely. And I'd like to share once more my screen and go back to one slide. if that's possible, where I can, sorry, I'm not able to navigate here, but I'd like to show you one table where I show that the mean of the inflation target across countries is very similar. So that's a table in the paper. And you see that the target ranges and point target with a focal band and the point target itself, they are actually close to, the average is actually close to each other. So you were pointing selectively to some ranges that are quite up high, but then there's Switzerland that counterbalances this with a range of 0 to 2%, which I presented in the introduction. So actually there is not such a huge extent of heterogeneity across the countries when it comes to the level of the inflation target. And this is underpinned a little bit by this table here. So, but I have to, in the end, I have to admit that I do not fully rule out some endogeneity problem here, because I do not have the ability to do some propensity score matching, for example, to make sure that I only compare ranges of a certain, with some characteristics with each other. That would be an empirical strategy to account for some other country characteristics, simply because the sample of 29 countries and making this classification of 4 different regimes does not allow for, is not rich enough. We don't have enough observations to do some propensity score matching here to fully account for those concerns of homogeneity. And in fact, it's not, I mean, that's a bad excuse, but it's not the standard in this literature. I think in this work, I go beyond the standard and the literature by accounting for many controls already. So that's, but I take this on board. I might discuss this more in detail in the paper, and might include, because that exists actually, some explicit control on the institutional quality. If you think that this time invariant country characteristics are not the ones that matter the most. I think another point here is that the relatively short sample period of 15 years, only starting in 2005, I rule out already, because of data availability, I've chosen this, because the cross-country, I cannot estimate this density functions before due to data availability. And this already rules out some of the problems where you have really severe issues with some countries, playing a little bit with inflation targeting, not really being experienced. I think from 2005 onwards, and I make sure that they have some track record already. They don't change their inflation objective anymore. But yeah, I take your point. So thanks a lot for your careful remarks. It's true, there are shifts in the tails of the distribution over time, like with the forecast horizon. And I would call this an upward sloping term structure of skewness. And that's really a stylized fact that I show in this paper, which might be motivating other follow-up work, but that goes beyond the current work. Thank you. So looking forward to some other questions.
Okay, so far, I don't see further additional questions. So
I see.
I think, so we will have 5 minutes for a coffee, and then we will start.
Sorry, I see. Yeah. Actually, there is a question.
Sorry, I just had a very quick question. I thought that was super interesting, Christoph.
Of course.
So the thing I was thinking about, I was looking at your anchoring measure. And one thing we've seen a lot over the 15 years of your sample is forward guidance. And so it wasn't obvious to me that, say, the US or the ECB would really want the 2-year inflation expectation to be exactly on their target. They might actually want it to be a little bit higher, say, if they're doing some forward guidance of higher future inflation. So I wonder if you thought at all about how that might come into the sort of anchoring measure that you're looking at and whether that might affect the results.
Thank you. Interesting point. No, I haven't considered deliberate overshooting as a potential driving force for the belief function. No, I have to think about it, how I could account of that.
And there is also another question about looking forward, whether you will consider the average inflation targeting, which is the Fed's new framework in future analysis.
of course, that's the elephant in the room. It would be interesting to, well, we have to wait until we get the data that's empirical work is doomed by this lag. Well, let's see. There's little observations. There's few experience. So, but obviously that's an interesting question.
Okay. So I think we can take just 3 minutes for, and then I'll start the next paper.
Thank you very much.
3 minutes. Thank you very much, both Christoph and Alon. I'll start in 3 minutes. Okay, so we move to the second paper, entitled "On the Vastness of Average Inflation Targeting," that will be presented by Nigel McClung from the Bank of Finland. Please go ahead.
Okay, well, hopefully you can hear me and see the slides. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks to the organizers for including this paper on the program. This is joint work with Seppo Hankapoja, and the views expressed in this presentation are my views and Seppo's views. They're not the views of the Bank of Finland or the Euro system. So this paper is about average inflation targeting, which is the Fed's new policy framework. We now know that it will not be the ECB's new framework. So the Fed announced this framework in August. So it's a very new and young policy framework. Since then, they've given us quite a lot of information about what this policy might look like, what they're trying to do with it, but they haven't specified an averaging window. They haven't clarified precisely how history-dependent policy will be. They haven't defined precisely average inflation per se. And so we have imperfect knowledge about this new framework, and we're learning about it in real time. And arguably, we know relatively little about the performance of AIT under conditions of imperfect knowledge. So most of the papers in the research literature that have looked at average inflation targeting have either assumed rational expectations or alternatively or more generally models of expectations formation where the agents have full information about the policy. For example, the policy rule. All right, so rational expectations makes strong assumptions, particularly if we're looking at an environment when we're transitioning from an old regime to a new regime. Rational expectations are difficult to reconcile with some recent research that's looked at how expectations respond to AIT. So Corbion and co-authors, for example, documented that household inflation expectations were not that responsive to the Fed's announcement. There's another recent paper that looks at how expectations respond to AIT in experimental settings. The results there, I think, are difficult to reconcile with rational expectations. All right, so in light of this, we asked the question, how does AIT perform if there's imperfect knowledge about the structure of the economy, in particular, imperfect knowledge about the policy reaction function, and the agents are having to learn to forecast over time. And our analysis raises some warning signals about the robustness of AIT. So I'm going to show you that under some conditions, the target equilibrium at which the central bank achieves its 2% inflation target can be locally unstable under learning. And intuitively, local instability means that small deviations of expectations from that target imply a permanent divergence of actual and expected inflation from the target. So if the target equilibrium is locally unstable under learning, that implies that the policymaker fails to anchor expectations at that desired level using a policy in this form. All right, but what if the expectations are already somewhat de-anchored? They're low, maybe we're at the zero lower bound on interest rates as a result. Well, we studied the performance of AIT also at the zero lower bound. We have a full nonlinear New Keynesian model with zero lower bound constraint. And we find that under a pretty wide range of assumptions, simple Taylor rules with a zero lower bound constraint actually outperform AIT. And this can be true even if the agents in the model understand the basic idea that under AIT, the policymaker wants to aim for above target inflation if we're initially in a low inflation world. All right, we're also going to talk a bit today about the, and in the paper, of course, about the importance of good communication, about transparency, about the averaging window. We're going to look at whether the stability sort of results that I mentioned depend on whether the central bank cares about a simple average inflation target versus a weighted average target. And then we're going to compare symmetric and asymmetric rules as well. So specifically rules where interest rates are responsive to average inflation when inflation is low, but are more responsive to current inflation when the economy is in a pretty good state and we're near that 2% target equilibrium. And I think what hopefully I can convince you of when discussing this part of the analysis is that there's plenty of room for us to think about what AIT reaction functions should look like, plenty of room for us to think about how to model average inflation targeting. All right, so I'm going to expand on all of this in the remainder of the talk. But first I want to work through two simple examples that I think illustrate the basic mechanism for our results and are hopefully useful for intuition. So let's start with a very simple non-stochastic model here. Let's just start with the Fisher relation, which relates the nominal interest rate to expected inflation. Let's go ahead and assume that our central bank is an average inflation targeter. And let's assume that they're going to implement their policy using a simple symmetric rule of this form here. Says that the current interest rate depends on these L lags of the inflation gap, including the current inflation gap. Now, I just want to note that in the burgeoning literature on AIT, rules of this form are pretty pervasive. They're pretty common. So we think of this as being a natural starting point for our analysis. But as I mentioned a minute ago, we're gonna think about some alternatives. Now, a few other things I want to point out about this rule. If I set L equal to 1 here, this becomes a simple inflation targeting Taylor rule. If I push L equal to, I push L to infinity, I can basically express this as a Wickselian price level targeting rule. So this rule is nice in that it nests standard inflation targeting policy rules and price level targeting rules as special cases. But when we think AIT, we think of values of L that are greater than 1 but finite, So in a quarterly model, L equals to 4 would be a 1-year averaging window, or a 1-year average inflation target, if you will. L equal to 8 would be a 2-year averaging window. It's not uncommon to see values of L as high as 32. That would be an 8-year averaging window. So the sort of reasonable range of L values is going to be, let's say, between 4 and 40. All right. Now I want to make a few assumptions here, a couple assumptions. One, I'm going to assume a Taylor principle. It's pretty innocuous in this environment. It's generally considered to be good for expectations management. Two, and this is more controversial, a little more stark, I'm going to assume what we call opacity, which means that private agents don't know the details of the policy rule. And more specifically, they don't understand that the current interest rate depends on these L lags of inflation. Now, why don't they know this? Maybe the central bank hasn't communicated the averaging window. They haven't been transparent about the rule. Maybe the central bank tried to communicate the policy rule, but the communication was not received as credible, or the agents didn't pay attention. Maybe we're transitioning from an old standard inflation targeting world to this new AIT world, and the agents just don't know how to incorporate this information into their expectations formation. But in any case, if agents don't understand that these lags of inflation matter for the current monetary policy stance, they might forecast inflation using an underparameterized forecasting model. So a model that excludes these critical lags of inflation that matter for demand and hence inflation, the thing they want to forecast. So they could, for instance, use an adaptive expectations rule, like what I have here at the top of the slide. Says that expected inflation evolves as new data becomes available. But critically, there aren't enough lags of inflation in this rule for the agents to actually learn the rational expectations equilibrium over time. This parameter here, I should mention, omega, that's the constant gain parameter. It tells me how quickly the agents update their beliefs as new data becomes available. That's going to be an important key parameter of interest in our analysis, so I'll talk more about that later. Now, this adaptive expectation scheme, it might be a reasonable way of thinking about expectations formation in this sort of model with a standard inflation targeting Taylor rule. If the central bank is engaged in a standard inflation targeting regime, then the agents can actually learn the rational expectations equilibrium, which would be the 2% target steady state equilibrium in this setup, by using a rule that looks like this. Unfortunately, the agents can't learn the 2% target equilibrium over time if they use this rule, this adaptive expectation scheme, and the central bank is targeting average inflation, and the averaging window is greater than or equal to 4. And 4 is arguably kind of the lower bound on the reasonable range of average inflation targeting averaging windows. Okay, so if L is greater than or equal to 4, that target equilibrium is unstable with this learning under opacity scheme. Again, that means that small deviations of expected inflation from the target implies a permanent divergence of equilibrium inflation from the target. And when we simulate this divergence, we invariably see this pattern of undershooting the target, then overshooting the target, then undershooting it again, and so on and so forth. And eventually in these simulations, inflation goes to positive or negative infinity. It's never returning to the target. And there's basically 3 ingredients in this sort of framework that contribute to this result, that contribute to these diverging oscillations. Okay, the first is the sort of makeup element of the policy rule. The makeup element says that if we're undershooting the inflation target for a while now, we're going to try to overshoot the target in the future. That's what the central bank wants to do. However, because the central bank targets a moving average of inflation with this finite data window, they're going to respond to the makeup inflation that they generate, that overshooting, by aiming for a subsequent period of undershooting. And under opacity, agents don't understand that this is really consistent with the monetary policy strategy. So their long-run inflation expectations drift around, and this prevents inflation from returning to the target equilibrium. So I kind of want to now illustrate how these three things combine to give us that result just by working with a simple little simulation here. So I'm going to assume that before time t equals 0, inflation is below target when the central bank implements a price level targeting policy at time 0. So I'm sending L to infinity in that rule that I showed you. Okay, so what happens here, and by the way, I'm assuming rational expectations for now. We'll get back to learning. But under rational expectations, when this policy is implemented, we see a surge in inflation. Okay, we see the makeup inflation that the policymaker wants, and then eventually inflation converges back to the target. Unfortunately, with a finite value of L here, with the finite data window, we don't typically observe this sort of smooth monotonic convergence from above. So in other words, it's really difficult for the policy. We're going to have overshooting after this initial period of low inflation and then smooth convergence back. Why is that? Well, if the policymaker is seriously following this AIT rule that I showed you, then what happens during the first period of makeup inflation is that the moving average of inflation that the central bank's targeting gets moved forward. The policymaker then forgets about all this low inflation data, and that low inflation gets replaced by high inflation data in the calculation of the average inflation measure. And so in this way, average inflation will overshoot the target during the period of makeup inflation. The policymaker is seriously following this symmetric rule. They're going to tighten aggressively. They're going to aim for a period of undershooting because now average inflation is too high. And then during this period of undershooting that occurs around t equals 4, the policymaker forgets about this high inflation data. It gets replaced by low inflation data. Now average inflation is below the target. So they aim for above target inflation again. This simulation here, the blue line, comes from a model with rational agents. So this is really kind of a feature of that symmetric AIT rule that I wrote down earlier, and which is fairly common in the budding literature on AIT. Now, under rational expectations, the agents can forecast this pattern of over and undershooting. They know that inflation is going to go back to the target. Everything's fine in the long run. Under learning with opacity, the agents don't know enough about the policy structure to really understand what's going on. So during that initial period of makeup inflation, the agents' long-run inflation expectations begin to drift up. That's because of their simple adaptive expectations scheme. This causes average inflation to rise by much more than it would under rational expectations, which means that the policymaker is going to tighten things much more aggressively than they would under rational expectations. They're going to aim for an even bigger undershooting of the target in the future. Again, the agents can't forecast this if they're learning with opacity, so their long-run inflation expectations now begin to drift down. That exacerbates the fall in inflation. Consequently, it exacerbates the fall in average inflation, and the policymaker attempts to compensate for that by aiming for much higher inflation the next time. And this process just continues until eventually inflation is well away from the target equilibrium. Okay, so those are kind of the three things that lead to this result. If I remove any one of these ingredients, I end up with a stable model, a model in which the policymaker eventually achieves its long-run inflation target. So if I get rid of the makeup element, I set L equal to 1, so I have a standard inflation targeting Taylor rule, then we don't observe this pattern of over and undershooting. If I make the data window infinite, so I go to price level targeting, then analytically we can show that we don't have this instability result with learning under opacity. And if I give agents full information, rational expectations, then by design, we don't worry about this sort of instability thing. Okay, so what I'm highlighting here is sort of a problem that an average inflation targeting central bank should be uniquely concerned about. It's not something that a price level targeter would worry about, or a standard sort of traditional inflation targeter. So moving forward, we're going to try to better understand basically the extent to which this is a problem in models. Moving to a second example, though, just to kind of move the intuition forward, we're going to take a look at what happens when prices are sticky. So that first example that I showed you, there's fully flexible prices. Maybe if prices are sticky, then inflation is less volatile. You don't observe this crazy pattern of over and undershooting. So let's just take an off-the-shelf New Keynesian model then that's linearized around the target steady state. Y is going to be the output gap here. Kappa is the slope of the Phillips curve. It tells me basically the amount of price rigidity in the economy. If I assume learning with opacity, and then I make just a simplifying assumption about how output expectations are formed, just for the sake of this example, I get this nice univariate model for the temporary equilibrium inflation rate. And if you stare at this thing for long enough, what you can actually take away is that when kappa is finite, in other words, when prices are rigid, we can always find a small enough gain parameter such that the target equilibrium becomes stable under learning. Right? So we can always find a small enough gain parameter to make the target learnable under opacity. And intuitively, if omega is really small, if it's close to 0, then expectations are basically anchored by design. So we should expect very small values of omega to make it possible for the policymaker to hit their target. Omega, though, is estimated in a vast literature, though. And so we can actually construct a range of empirically plausible estimates of the gain parameter. So I won't talk about that literature today, but we discuss it more in the paper. And so this kind of begs the question, well, is the target equilibrium going to be stable under learning for empirically plausible values of that gain parameter? So for empirically plausible assumptions about how quickly agents learn and update their beliefs, or do we need for omega to be really small to make it possible for the policymaker to hit their target under this sort of model of average inflation targeting? Okay, and so we want to investigate this question of what we call robust stability. We're going to say that the target equilibrium is robustly stable if it's stable across a wide range of plausible calibrations, in particular, plausible calibrations of that gain parameter. And to assess the robust stability of the target, what we do in the paper is we develop a nonlinear New Keynesian model from first principles. The optimal decision rules in this sort of learning framework are going to be these infinite horizon decision rules, which relate basically the temporary equilibrium output and inflation rates to agents' long horizon expectations about the interest rate, inflation, output, and so on. As a sort of base case, we're going to posit a sort of non-linear version of that simple symmetric AIT rule that I showed you a moment ago. Here, the interest rate's responding to the cumulative inflation gap. This is gross inflation here. I could write the gap as a sum instead of this product, but it doesn't really make a difference for the sort of analysis that we're doing. And then, of course, we're going to impose a zero lower bound constraint because part of the reason we're interested in AIT is because of the zero lower bound. Right, so agents are going to learn under opacity. As before, that means they're going to forecast inflation, output, and the interest rate using these underparameterized models that exclude critical lags of inflation. So think about this perceived law of motion, this forecasting model for output, inflation, and so on. It's going to depend on an intercept, whatever other shocks are observed in the model, but not any of the critical lags of inflation. And in this environment, the 2% target equilibrium emerges as a kind of self-confirming equilibrium. It won't be a rational expectations equilibrium because the rational expectations equilibrium will depend on these lags of inflation, and the agents aren't forecasting with that in mind. But we want to know whether or not they can learn that self-confirming equilibrium. So we investigate that in the paper, take a look at the stability of its target equilibrium under constant gain learning. They estimate that perceived law of motion recursively. And then I'm going to talk briefly about the importance of discounting old data using basically weighted average measures, weighted average targets. We're going to look at the importance of communication. I'll define that in a minute. And then finally, we're going to look at asymmetric rules as opposed to this sort of symmetric rule that I've written down for you already. Okay, so the first result here is we basically find what I showed you in the simple example. In the limit with fully flexible prices, the target equilibrium is not stable under learning for higher values of L. With sticky prices, we can analytically show that there's always a small enough gain parameter to make the target equilibrium stable. But we don't have robust stability. Okay, to have robust stability, I would need to observe stability under learning for values of the gain parameter that are as high as about 0.04. That's kind of the upper bound that we've gravitated to for this analysis. It could be a little different than that depending on which papers from the literature you want to reference, but we're going to define the target equilibrium as robustly stable if it's stable under learning for values of omega as high as 0.04 or preferably higher. And we don't have that. To illustrate that, what I plotted here is the largest gain parameter that gives us a stable target as a function of stickiness, price stickiness. So price is getting more rigid, moving from left to right, and for a 1 year, 2 year, 5 year, and 8 year averaging window. And hopefully it's clear from this picture that we do not have robust stability. We need omega to be relatively small. And if we're looking at these more history-dependent rules, then we need for omega to be implausibly small, well below the lowest estimate that we identify in the literature. And again, these 5 and 8 year averaging windows are not uncommon. I mean, Lars Svensson talks a lot about a 5 year averaging window in some of his works. A lot of other papers have considered 8 year averaging windows. Okay. Now, we were thinking maybe the policymaker could have better luck, have a better shot at stabilizing inflation around the target if they discount older data in their averaging window. So we've taken a look at that using a rule of this form here. We're going to use this discount factor. This can modestly improve stability outcomes, but in order to get a better outcome, you really need mu to be very small. And at that point in time, you have to wonder, is this even a simple inflation targeting rule? We looked at exponential moving average specifications. These specifications are problematic. They result in very tricky stability conditions. In particular, you need the inflation reaction coefficient to be implausibly high. And this kind of echoes some results from an earlier part of the literature, some papers by Bruce Preston and Stefano Giuseppe and others. It's better, we find that it's better for the policymaker to just be transparent about L. If the policymaker communicates L and the agents, they listen to this communication and they include these lags of inflation in their forecasting model that they estimate recursively, then we find that the target equilibrium is stable for much higher values of the gain parameter. But it's not as robustly stable as the Taylor rule. Taylor rule is more robustly stable than anything that we look at. Now, what about the performance of AIT at the zero lower bound? Well, we look at whether or not a well-communicated AIT policy can help initiate an escape from the zero lower bound. That's one of the reasons that we're interested in AIT in the first place. And so what we do is we take our nonlinear model. We assume that the economy is initially near the bad deflation steady state where you have a permanent liquidity trap. I assume that the agents are estimating these sort of forecasting models recursively. We look at different assumptions about their initial beliefs about the coefficients in this rule, including, importantly, coefficients that encode the belief that we're going to have makeup inflation in the future. So we're trying to see what happens if agents kind of get the basic idea. And what we find is that we can observe an escape from the zero lower bound and convergence back to the good equilibrium, the target one, provided that agents' initial inflation and output expectations aren't too pessimistic. But when we repeat this exercise with a Taylor rule, we find that basically we get an escape from the zero lower bound under analogous conditions about initial beliefs, and crucially for much higher values of the gain parameter. And so in this sense, simple inflation targeting Taylor rules with a zero lower bound might even outperform a well-communicated AIT policy. Okay, the last thing I want to talk about with the remaining few minutes here is this issue of whether or not the central bank should be interested in using a symmetric rule versus an asymmetric rule. So what if the policymaker only responds to average inflation when average inflation is relatively low, it's below some threshold, and then responds to current inflation when average inflation is relatively high? Okay, so there's a couple of nice properties of this sort of asymmetric rule. One, it's a rule that allows the central bank to aim for overshooting after a ZLB event, but it doesn't compel them to aim for undershooting after inflation overshoots the target for a while. The second thing that's nice about it is that if I set this threshold above which we revert back to a simple Taylor rule, if I set this threshold below the inflation target itself, then the local stability properties of this rule around the target equilibrium coincide with the simple Taylor rule. And I've been trying to argue today that the simple Taylor rule always delivers the best stability outcomes when looking at learning around the target equilibrium. And so in simulations, if a policymaker uses this sort of asymmetric rule, we naturally observe better stability outcomes. So coming out of the lower bound, for instance, we can get this sustained overshooting of the target with this sort of a nice monotonic convergence back. And that's intuitively because this rule becomes a simple Taylor rule once inflation is sufficiently high. Under the symmetric rule that I have plotted here, the orange line, interest rates remain at the lower bound for much longer because the policymaker doesn't revert to a Taylor rule at any point in time. This generates a much larger surge in inflation, and because the policymaker cares about average inflation in all states of the world, they tighten very aggressively. And this can cause inflation to spiral down. It can result in a second zero lower bound event. And in this particular simulation, it results in a deflationary spiral. Okay, so I guess one quick takeaway from this analysis here is that if the central bank doesn't want to communicate an averaging window, they don't want to commit to something like that, this might be a good alternative. This might be a good reaction function for implementing average inflation targeting under these conditions of imperfect knowledge. Okay, so I'm running out of time now, so let me just briefly conclude. This paper is just about looking at the properties of various average inflation targeting rules under some conditions of imperfect knowledge. We've shown that when agents don't really understand the averaging window, they use a misspecified forecasting model as a result. They often won't learn the target equilibrium, which means that the policymaker will fail to achieve its target using an average inflation targeting rule. And I've moreover tried to argue that this is kind of a unique problem for an average inflation targeting central bank. It's not something that we see under price level targeting or simple inflation targeting. However, this problem can be mitigated if the policymaker is transparent and the communication about the averaging window is credible. Discounting older data in the averaging window can also improve some things. Asymmetric rules that are more responsive to below target than above target are also useful for mitigating these problems. But this is just our first attempt at looking at the properties of average inflation targeting under conditions of imperfect knowledge. There's a lot of different alternative ways of modeling expectations formation that we should consider. There are plenty of alternative rules that we did not consider that appear in the literature, and so we look forward to thinking about those moving forward. Okay, so I'll stop there. Thanks very much for your attention, and I look forward to the discussion and comments and questions.
Okay, thanks a lot, Nigel. And the discussant will be Lilia Maliar from the University of New York.
Okay, sorry about that. So thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to discuss this paper. Okay, so to begin, let me say that this is very interesting, timely, and well-executed paper. This is a very extensive analysis of one of the possible monetary policy regimes. And they extensively analyzed the stability properties of average inflation targeting as an alternative monetary policy framework. So the paper compares the AIT with other monetary policy frameworks, namely standard inflation targeting and price level targeting. And importantly, it studies whether the AIT can help escape liquidity trap.
So why is there a need for revisiting monetary policy framework? As you know, for decades, many central banks, they used inflation targeting. However, since the Great Recession of 2007, 2009, there were extensive periods of nominal interest rates being at zero lower bound. And so central banks, they used unconventional monetary policy tools such as quantitative easing, forward guidance, asset purchases, and so on. And so during this time, there was the beginning of the discussion of alternative monetary policy frameworks. Central bankers, they discussed the necessity of changes in the level of inflation target by star, as well as other monetary policy regimes like AIT or price level targeting, nominal GDP targeting, and so on. And therefore, the questions that is raised in this paper is very natural. So it's very natural to ask how, when, and whether the EIT should be implemented, and how it compares to the other alternatives. In some countries like US, this already is a new reality. So AIT is a new monetary policy framework. In 2020, on August 27th, and Chairman Powell has already announced the switch to AIT. And I think the motivation for this switch is very well provided by this citation from his speech. He says, if inflation runs below 2% following economic downturns, but never moves above 2%, even when the economy is strong, then over time, inflation will average less than 2%. Households and businesses will come to expect this result, which means that inflation expectations will tend to move below our inflation goal and bring realized inflation down, okay? Therefore, following periods when inflation has been running below 2%, appropriate monetary policy will likely aim to achieve inflation moderately above 2% for some time. So it kind of shows the powerful stabilizing effect of AIT. So suppose if there is some exogenous change in inflation, and by some exogenous reason, inflation is below the steady state, or target level, the central bank cuts the interest rate, agents will consume more, and as a result, inflation will go up. So this also shows the difference between the standard inflation targeting and average inflation targeting. And the inflation targeting, if pi is lower than target, the interest rate will decrease. However, on the AIT, if inflation is lower than target, then interest rate decreases only if average inflation is lower than target. So the behavior of inflation will be different. So before I turn to the paper, let me just remind some results from the previous literature about stability, which I think are very relevant for this paper. As was shown in some previous paper by Habib, Shinibraha, and Uriba. So if you consider, let's say, the simplest possible model, a closed, flexible price economy with constant endowment, and assume Taylor rule with inflation targeting, standard Taylor equation, and assumes that Taylor principle, or it assumes that 1 plus I is the target over discount factor. And then this model results into two steady state. One is intended steady state or targeted steady state, and the other is liquidity trap steady state. The model's dynamics is such that the liquidity trap steady state is locally stable and a non-explosive equilibrium path for inflation ends in the liquidity trap. Okay, so the literature then considered learning as one of the ways to kind of makes the equilibrium unique. In particular, it was shown that the some forms of learning, liquidity trap steady state is not learnable, while intended or targeted steady state is learnable and equilibrium is unique. And therefore, there were two reasons to study learning. From one side, it might give unique targeted steady state, but from the other side, it's the exercise itself. So you want to know if the agents, they have imperfect information and want to learn about the policy rules, so what will be the dynamics in the economy. So analysis in this paper combines three novel features, AIT, adaptive learning, and imperfect information about policy. And there are two forms of imperfect information assumed. First is opacity about the details, so agents do not know anything about the interest rate rule. In the other case, which is also very interesting, no opacity, but agents do not know the policy coefficients in the monetary policy rules and forecast the rule using correct functional form. Okay. So the particular form of adaptive learning assumed in the paper is given by this formula. So basically it's weighted average of expected inflation and past inflation with an important coefficient omega, which tells us how quickly agents update their expectations. And so paper studies local convergence for different lengths of the averaging window denoted by L minus 1. So let me just maybe summarize quickly the results so that I mentioned some important policy implications of this paper. So I listed actually the results for all the models that they consider. For example, in the simple example that was presented now, a Fisherian model with flexible prices for averaging window L greater or equal than 4, the intended steady state is locally unstable. Then if you consider a sticky price model with Rothenberg pricing, with price stickiness for any L, the intended steady state is locally stable, while for L greater or equal than 4, similar to a Fisherian model, the intended steady state is locally unstable with price flexibility. Then the paper considers some extensions that leads to stability under both price stickiness and price flexibility for every averaging window. For example, two cases are considered exponential decline in weights or exponential moving AIT. In calibrated nonlinear models, so they study like robust stability that depends on omega 0, which tells us when the economy becomes unstable. So in this experiment, they got that instability of the intended steady states is obtained under very small values of omega. And moreover, this cut-off level of omega is smaller under AIT than under IT. So AIT is less stable. And finally, most important case, I think, is the case of binding zero low bounds. So they show that near the liquidity trap steady state, the economy may not converge to the intended steady state. And therefore, if we are near ZLBs, there is no sense in introducing AIT, as we will never converge to the intended steady state. So one comment that I have, a comment and question is, so in the steady state learning assumption, so pi E notationally means expectation of future inflation. And so expectation of future inflation is a weighted average of past expectation, but then as an actual inflation, they don't take current inflation, but inflation at T-1. And so I was confused, why is it so? Does it even important for the result? And also Nigel mentioned that this assumption about steady state learning is standard in this literature. So for me, it doesn't look like very natural. So what is the evidence for this type of learning? So how robust are the results if we modify this learning type? And how critical is this assumption? So it looks a bit arbitrary, maybe, but if we consider other rules, we can clarify this. Then comment two, there is no analysis in the paper how stability is affected by transition from IT to AIT. So the paper only studies AIT as an alternative monetary policy regime. So how will transitional dynamics look like if we switch from the standard AIT to from standard IT to AIT? Will the stability be preserved during the transition from IT to AIT? And similarly, so if we announce a policy and then do not implement it immediately, there will be some anticipation effect on the side of agents. So what are these effects when we switch to the new monetary policy regimes? So for example, in the case of US announcement, the Fed announced it on August 27th. However, as was stated by Richard Claridad during his presentation at the Hoover Economic Policy Working Group on January 13th, 2021, 1 month prior to that, there was evidence that Fed will introduce that framework, and as a result, there were substantial anticipatory price moves in the US economy. So it will be interesting to study this anticipation effect and the stability that is associated with this anticipation effect. So we have a paper joined with Lepetyuk, Sergei Maler, and John Taylor, in which we study anticipation effect and transition dynamics of AIT in the realistic model of central banking, which is a scaled down version of totem model of the Bank of Canada. And this model is non-stationary because when you announce some permanent change in policy and then implement it later, so there will be kind of different decision rules in different periods of time. So we developed some methodology for analyzing this model. And then what we found in the context of DSG model with rational expectations, that transitional effects and anticipation effects of AIT are actually very small. So if you kind of just implement it without announcing, or if you announce it, there is not very big difference. So output goes up, so there is some expansionary effects of the switch to the new policy. However, quantitatively, these effects are not very important. So let me just go to my last comment, as I have, as far as I understand, just 1 minute. So Nigel mentioned the paper by Corribion et al., where they talk about survey analysis of how people react to the changes in monetary policy regimes from IT to AIT. And what they found that even if people are explained that there is a new policy and how it works, they do not understand yet. And so the general questions that I have are how can we extend the notion of opacity that they have in the paper so that the model and the learning accounts for the observation. Some alternatives would be agents expect IT instead of AIT. They have an incorrect knowledge of averaging window, or they learn about this averaging window or mu, which they call discount factor in their model, which tells you how past inflation is weighed in AIT rule. So in the paper, I mentioned briefly, the authors consider the case when the functional form of the AIT rule is known, but the agent do not know the values of coefficients psi p and psi y, which are coefficients in the monetary policy rule. As for me, so this is maybe an interesting experiment, but what is more interesting is to consider learning not about this psi p and psi y, but learning about averaging window or mu, which would be opposite of L, because this is how in practice, for example, Fed announced its policy. So it said that it will implement this rule without specifying what will be the value for L. And so if we kind of want to understand how people kind of react to this announcement of new monetary policy regimes, this would be a relevant experiment to consider. So how people learn about values of L or values of mu. Thank you.
Is it only me not hearing you?
Michelle, you are muted.
Let me lend a hand and ask Nigel whether he'd like to respond to Lilia's comments.
Yeah, sure. First of all, thanks so much, Lilia, for the great discussion. I can already tell that we're going to benefit a lot from reflecting on those ideas, and I'm happy to say that we have some kind of thoughts about follow-up work that are related to the things that you said. So if I could just briefly touch on a few of your comments and questions. I mean, one, there's the question about why does lagged inflation appear in the adaptive expectation scheme? And intuitively, we're assuming that lagged inflation appears in that scheme because at time t, the agents don't know the contemporaneous inflation rate. And so we're just trying to avoid a simultaneity problem there. But presumably, we would get similar results for small gain parameters if they could observe inflation contemporaneously. There's been some work that's shown that sometimes with those contemporaneous dating assumptions, you can get stability for really high values of the gain parameter for some counterintuitive reasons. So we're also trying to avoid that as well. But yeah, we felt that that was a natural informational assumption. Regarding the assumption of steady state learning, or specifically these underparameterized models that exclude lags of inflation, we're using these sort of models for a couple of reasons. One, the models that we assume would be the natural forecasting model for the agents under standard inflation targeting. So we are trying to study basically what happens if we're just transitioning out of a traditional inflation targeting regime and the agents are kind of forming expectations in a manner that would make sense for agents that have been living in a inflation targeting world for a long time. So there's that. Also, there's the practical benefit that it makes the analytics a little simpler. But what we find numerically, and what we haven't shown in the paper, is that if you allow for the agents to include some lags of inflation in there, so maybe they're trying to figure out L or something like that, and they have an underparameterized model, so they're still omitting some of those lags, we get kind of qualitatively similar results. So there's some continuity between the opacity case and the no opacity correctly specified case, and that's something that we should probably focus on illustrating more. Another thing on that point as well, that the recent experimental paper that I highlighted kind of suggests that maybe this would be a reasonable model of expectations formation or something like this. So there's maybe a little bit of evidence here. Sorry, my video just died. Hope I'm back now. Okay. To kind of help support our assumption there. But the important thing is that the agents have an underparameterized model, and this model makes sense if we're just leaving an inflation targeting world. And then that kind of relates to your comments about the transition from inflation targeting to AIT. What happens if the agents expect inflation targeting? That's part of what we're trying to do with these underparameterized steady state learning models. Moving forward, though, one thing that we could do is look at some expectations formation schemes where the agents maybe estimate multiple models that include different state variables, and then engage in some sort of forecast combination. And this could be one way of studying how agents learn about L, how they decide what the averaging window should look like, or what it is. And then, yeah, your comments regarding the anticipation effects in your recent paper, those are super interesting. We have not thought about that at all. It's a bit difficult to do it in this backward-looking sort of framework that we have, but I'll certainly think more carefully about that. So thanks again for the discussion, and I hope I can ask you for the slides later.
Okay, Michael, you're still muted. You are on in 2 accounts, and I guess the one that's your microphone is tied to is muted. Let me then ask, who else would like to ask a question or make a comment? And begin with my own. So your comparison throughout the paper is between inflation targeting and average inflation targeting. But one could also ask whether price level targeting is a comparative alternative here. I mean, in a sense, with a long enough averaging inflation targeting does that. But let me ask the question 2 ways. One is, should I think of price level targeting as a competitor policy regime here? Or whenever you say, no, inflation targeting dominates average inflation targeting, should I also hear inflation targeting will also dominate price level targeting?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So we do not believe that price level targeting, or at least our analysis suggests that price level targeting is not susceptible to the same stability problems. So as the averaging window gets longer, the robust stability issue gets worse and worse and worse. But in the limit, as L goes to infinity, it disappears. And the target equilibrium is stable under learning in the flexible price model with price level targeting. And it's stable under learning for higher values of the gain parameter than what we observe under AIT with very long averaging windows. With the very short averaging windows, maybe there's a comparison to make between AIT and PLT in terms of this robust stability criterion. But basically what we think is going on is that in the limit as L goes to infinity, suddenly the central bank has a fully exogenous price level target path. It doesn't depend on the current state of the economy. It's just whatever they announce. And if I'm trying to forecast inflation in that environment, the only thing I need is the most recent price level observation. That tells me what the monetary policymaker is going to do. So if I exclude that from my model, okay, I'm missing a state variable if I'm learning under opacity. But with AIT and a finite value of L, so let's think about L equals 20, that would be the 5-year averaging window. I'm excluding 19 quarterly inflation rates that I need to forecast the monetary stance in the future. And so this is, I think, why we observe a bigger problem under AIT with finite L than we do under price level targeting.
Okay, so now I hope you can hear me now. It's okay? Okay.
Yes. Go ahead.
So thanks Nigel, and thanks Lily, and also thanks Refet for helping me. And I think we can conclude because I don't see further questions. Just one additional question, Nigel, on, I guess it would be too complicated, but just looking at reality, we have also a fiscal policy story. So in your case, it's a passive fiscal policy, right? In your paper.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
It would get too complicated to put some action there.
So, I mean, are you talking about what might happen under learning with an active fiscal policy? Yeah, I haven't thought about that. I haven't thought basically how that would alter the determinacy properties of the model or the stability conditions or anything like that. I guess my first thought is that maybe the zero lower bound would become a stabler environment under learning due to the active fiscal policy, which in related settings can generate a stable, unintended steady state equilibrium. Could make that zero lower bound equilibrium stable under learning. But I'd have to think more about that. Thanks for the question, though.
Okay, so thank you all. I think it was a very interesting session. And we're going to reconvene at 4:30 for the keynote speech, John Williams. So you're all invited to come back. Thanks a lot for this interesting session.
Depending on your time zone, that's not 4:30, 4:30 some other hour, but in about half an hour. See you then.
Hello, it is my great pleasure to virtually welcome John Williams to participate at the Bank of Israel and the CPR's Inflation Conference. I think John needs no introduction, but I will still go ahead and do that. So John is the president and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York since 2018. In that capacity, he serves as the vice chairman and a permanent member of the Federal Open Market Committee, the FOMC. Before coming to the New York Fed, he was the president and CEO of the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco. Prior to that, he was the executive vice president and director of research for the San Francisco Fed, which he joined in 2002. He also has served as a senior economist at the White House Council of Economic Advisors and as a lecturer at Stanford University Graduate School of Business. Mr. Williams has produced seminal research on such critical monetary policy issues as the zero lower bound and the neutral rate of interest. He has a PhD in economics from Stanford University, a Master of Science from the LSE, and an AB from the University of California at Berkeley. Pretty good names there. It's really an honor for us to have John to speak about the theory of average inflation targeting, and will refer to how inflation targeting should evolve to be successful in the context of a global economy characterized by a very low neutral interest rate. After John's talk, I'll continue with a few questions, pretty much right after that. And if time will permit, those of you who want to ask some questions, please do so on the public chat, and I will monitor that. So here we go. Thank you again, John, in advance, and we're all looking forward to your talk.
Well, great. Good afternoon, and thank you. I hope you can hear me all right. Sounds like. So, and thank you, Governor Yron, for that kind introduction. It's truly a pleasure to speak at this conference. So much has happened in the world and in monetary policy in the year and a half since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic. However, I will not use my time today to discuss the specific challenges posed by the pandemic. Rather, I'll return to a topic that predates COVID and will be critically important for central banks in the post-pandemic era. Specifically, how inflation targeting should evolve to be successful in the context of a global economy characterized by very low neutral interest rates. I'll start by describing the challenges that the combination of very low real neutral interest rates and the lower bound on nominal interest rates pose for standard versions of inflation targeting. I'll then summarize the theoretical underpinnings of what's commonly referred to now as average inflation targeting, or AIT for short. I'll focus on the key characteristics of various versions of AIT and how they can help mitigate the negative effects of the lower bound on interest rates on macroeconomic outcomes. I should be clear from the start that the goal of my presentation is to engage in the broad academic and central bank discussion on monetary policy strategies. And this is not and should not be interpreted as a description of the Federal Reserve's new policy framework or the practical application of AIT to real world situations. But also be remiss not to mention that most of what I discuss today is based on research conducted with my esteemed colleague Thomas Mertens at the Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco. And with that preamble, it's time to give the standard Fed disclaimer that the views I express are my own and do not necessarily reflect those of the Federal Open Market Committee or anyone else in the Federal Reserve System. So the adoption of inflation targeting by many central banks succeeded in bringing the high and variable inflation rates of the 70s and 80s under control and in anchoring inflation expectations. The success in attaining price stability and well-anchored inflation expectations was a monumental achievement in central banking, and one that's critically important to sustain. However, the significant decline in the neutral rate of interest observed across the globe poses a fundamental challenge to the ability of inflation targeting central banks to achieve desired macroeconomic objectives and anchor inflation expectations at the targeted level. So figure 1, which is shown there, shows the GDP weighted average of the Holston, Laubach, and Williams estimates of the longer run real neutral interest rates, or R star, for Canada, the Euro area, the United Kingdom, and the United States. As seen in the figure, and consistent with a variety of other analyses, there's been a dramatic decline in R-star over the past quarter century. Several global developments have driven this decline, including demographic shifts, lower productivity growth, and increased demand for safe assets. And these trends do not appear likely to reverse anytime soon. Due in part to the decline in neutral interest rates, central banks have been increasingly constrained by the lower bound on nominal interest rates, including after the outbreak of COVID-19. The lower bound on interest rates has hindered the ability to use lower short-term interest rates to offset negative shocks, which has contributed to inflation rates averaging below targeted levels in many countries. To highlight the connections between R-star, the lower bound on interest rates, and below target inflation, Thomas Mertens and I analyzed a simple new Keynesian model where the lower bound occasionally constrains the ability of the central bank to offset negative shocks to the economy. Our analysis shows that due to the presence of the lower bound, standard inflation targeting under discretion leads to inflation that is on average below the target level, and this below target average inflation in turn causes expected inflation to likewise be below the target level, to the detriment of the achievement of macroeconomic goals. Now, to keep the analysis tractable, the inflation targeting central bank is assumed to follow optimal policy under discretion, using the short-term interest rate as its sole policy instrument. That is, we ignore other policy tools like asset purchases that can provide additional monetary stimulus following negative shocks and thereby reduce the severity of the effects of the lower bound on the economy. Absent the lower bound on interest rates, optimal policy fully offsets demand shocks and partially offsets supply shocks. This results in inflation, and inflation expectations are at the target level on average. Now, this happy set of circumstances is upset by the lower bound on interest rates, occasionally constraining the ability of policy to respond to negative shocks. Owing to the inherent asymmetry of the lower bound, monetary policy responds more strongly on average to positive shocks than to negative shocks. From there, it's a simple matter of arithmetic. Shortfalls of inflation from targeted levels will on average be larger than the overshoots. And as a consequence, the average inflation rate will be below targeted levels. With inflation averaging below the target level, inflation expectations will also be anchored below the target. And this reduction in inflation expectations in turn worsens the effects of the lower bound on the economy. Now, these results hold whether the central bank targets only the inflation rate or has dual objectives related to inflation and output. Now, in our current research, Thomas Mertens and I have extended this analysis to a two-country model and examine the spillovers from the lower bound across borders. The basic conclusion from this work is that the presence of the lower bound adds to the ways by which economic conditions spill over across the economies. And that can worsen the negative effects of the lower bound in each country. The implication is that the greater the effects of the lower bound are on the economy of a trading partner, the greater the challenge for the domestic central bank in achieving its goals. Now, a number of modifications to standard inflation targeting have been proposed to address the effects of the lower bound on interest rates. Now, each proposal has unique features and implications, but many can be broadly described under a big tent of average inflation targeting, in that they aim to overshoot the long-run inflation target at times so the inflation rate is close or equal to the targeted level on average. So one relatively modest modification to standard inflation targeting is something that we call static average inflation targeting, or static AIT. This policy is identical to standard inflation targeting, except that it overcomes the downward bias to average inflation caused by the lower bound by overshooting the inflation target in periods when the lower bound is not constrained policy. This is mathematically equivalent to reducing the intercept in the monetary policy rule by an appropriate amount, which depends on the probability of being the lower bound and other parameters. So figure 2 shows the model responses of inflation, the output gap, and interest rates to a severe negative demand shock that lasts for just one period. Now the period is labeled period 0 in the figure. And we show this for both standard inflation targeting and for the static AIT. For these simulations, we assume the following: the long run target level of the inflation rate is 0, lower bound is -0.5%, and the real neutral rate is 1%. Now, under standard inflation targeting, inflation is on average below the target, as seen clearly in the levels of inflation in the periods before and after the shock. In response to the negative demand shock, the lower bound constrains the inflation targeting policy, and the output gap and inflation fall further below targeted levels. We should still be on figure 2. see, before returning to their corresponding mean levels in the following period. Can we go back to figure 2? Thank you. In contrast, the static average inflation targeting policy delivers inflation and inflation expectations that are on average equal to the target level. And this higher level of expected inflation boosts inflation in the period of the shock, and importantly, creates more room for policy to lower the real interest rate below the neutral rate. As a result, the shortfalls in the output gap in inflation are attenuated relative to standard inflation targeting. Note that the effectiveness of static AIT is based solely on anchoring inflation expectations of the target, and this is achieved by delivering longer-term mean inflation equal to the target. To better see how this static average inflation targeting policy works, it's actually useful to look at the responses to a positive demand shock. Now that's shown in figure 3, so if we could turn to figure 3. Under both standard inflation targeting and under the static average inflation targeting, the demand shock is fully offset by higher real interest rate. That's the optimal policy under discretion. However, that does not imply that the output gap equals 0. Under standard inflation targeting, the fact that inflation expectations are below target causes policy to be slightly accommodative, leading to a positive output gap and inflation that's closer to, but still below the target. Under static average inflation targeting, policy intentionally aims for a positive output gap and inflation rate. This is exactly the overshooting feature of static AIT that provides the positive offset to outcomes when policy is constrained, thereby bringing mean inflation and the output gap equal to the respective long-run target levels. Note that these outcomes under both inflation targeting and static AIT are invariant to the size of the demand shock as long as policy is unconstrained by the lower bound. Now, a number of alternatives to AIT have been proposed that include dependence on the past state of the economy, either in terms of interest rates or inflation. And we refer to these as dynamic average inflation targeting. Now, these include policies that target a multi-year average of inflation or target the price level or account for past constraints. Can you still hear me? I got a signal that I was muted.
We hear you.
Okay, thank you. These include policies that account for multi-year average of inflation, target the price level, or account for past constraints in the setting of policy. Now, they differ in their details, but these proposed policies fundamentally work through the same mechanism of delivering interest rates that are lower for longer following a negative shock. Under these policies, expectations of easier monetary policy in the future provide additional policy stimulus at the time that the lower bound constraint is binding, thus mitigating some of the negative effects of the lower bound constraint on the economy. Now, to keep things simple, I'm not going to go through all the variations, and I'll focus on just one version of dynamic AIT, and that's one that Dave Reifschneider and I proposed in a paper about 20 years ago. Now, this policy rule is otherwise identical to inflation targeting, but it makes up for past missed monetary stimulus owing to the lower bound constraint. Specifically, the current setting of the interest rate is adjusted based on a term that keeps track of the cumulative past effects of the lower bound on the setting of interest rates, net of past makeup adjustments to policy. This behavior of this Reifschneider-Williams or RW policy rule following episodes of policy being constrained by the lower bound is qualitatively very similar to policies that target a multi-period average rate of inflation or end price level target. Now, the RW rule delivers inflation and inflation expectations that are on average equal to the targeted level, as the lower for longer setting of interest rates following periods when the lower bound constraints policy mitigates the effects of negative shocks in the economy. And figure 4 compares the responses to a negative demand shock under the RW rule to that under standard inflation targeting. Under the RW policy, the real interest rate is below the neutral rate in the period following the shock. And this reflects the effect of the makeup for missed monetary stimulus during the period of the shock when the short-term interest rate was constrained by the lower bound. As a result, the output gap and inflation rate are actually above target levels in the period following the shock, and then return close to the target levels in the subsequent period. Now, this is a key feature of dynamic AIT policies. It's the expectation of future stimulus that supports the economy during the time when policy is constrained by the lower bound. Of course, for this to work in practice, expectations of future policy actions and their economic consequences need to be aligned with the policy strategy. Now, so far I've aimed to provide some high-level theoretical underpinnings of AIT policies and their potential advantages in an environment where the lower bound occasionally constrains policy. Commentators have highlighted a number of potential shortcomings of AIT relative to standard inflation targeting, so I'll briefly address two in the time remaining. Now, the first claim is that this overshooting of the inflation targeting implied by AIT risks undermining the anchoring of inflation expectations to the upside. Now, I would argue that if anything, AIT strengthens the expectations anchor compared to standard inflation targeting. The main point of AIT, of course, is to offset the downward bias to inflation expectations exerted by the lower bound under inflation targeting. That said, if the lower bound were to prove to be a less frequent constraint on policy in the future, then the AIT policies that I've described here today would act very much like standard inflation targeting. Now, the second claim is that AIT implies sharp reversals of interest rates as monetary policy exits a lower for longer episode and may find itself behind the curve. However, as seen in the responses of nominal and real interest rates to the shocks that are shown in the figures 2 through 4, there's no predictable pattern of sharp reversals or large overshooting of policy rates relative to neutral, either for static or dynamic AIT policies. Now, it's true that nominal and real interest rates have more room to fall under AIT policies in response to negative shocks compared to inflation targeting, and therefore the rebound to the neutral rate is correspondingly larger. But that larger rebound is a feature of the success of the policy. In addition, the RW policy is still below neutral when the output gap and inflation are above target. So the reversal of rates is actually gradual, not rapid in that case. Of course, the policy setting depends on the sequence of shocks in the particular model used for the analysis. And although the results I've reported here are derived from a very simple model, the main findings about the benefits of AIT are also obtained in much more complex models with extensive nominal rigidities, as shown in the work that I did with Dave Reifschneider. So to close, in this presentation, I aim to provide a high-level theoretical overview of the mechanisms by which versions of average inflation targeting can deliver improved macroeconomic outcomes in the presence of a lower bound on interest rates. Importantly, the versions of AIT that I've described represent an evolution of inflation targeting rather than a revolution. Indeed, the fundamental aims are the same: to ensure well-anchored inflation and inflation expectations at the target level. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
You are muted.
I'm sorry, I couldn't quite hear you. My sound went out for a moment.
It's not you, but it's Governor Yaron is muted.
Can you hear me now? All right.
Yes.
Well, it's part of technology. So first of all, again, thank you so much for this wonderful talk. And I think it's right, right in the middle, as we say, you hit it between just academic enough and just takes us into the realm of policy and really underlying the logic of the compensation that's underneath AIT and DAIT and SAIT. I'll start with a few questions. First of all, the ECB has just declared its new monetary strategy, and they state that price stability is best maintained by aiming for 2% inflation over a medium term and emphasizing its commitment to this target as symmetric. And one thing is, how should we think about that? Is that closer to the AIT or the dynamic AIT or SIT? And moreover, when you think of the symmetry and the underlying logic here all stems from essentially asymmetry that is stemmed at the ZLB. And you yourself mentioned that as if ZLB doesn't recur too much, you essentially revert back to standard inflation targeting. So how would you think if you were for a while quite above, which may be a situation that we're getting close to at some point, quite above in terms of inflation and or interest rates, and what would that do?
I can't, your mic seemed to go out again at the end. By the way, while we're waiting, can we take the slide down? I don't think we need the slides up anymore, if that's possible. If that's not possible.
Okay, I apologize. I don't know where it stopped, but basically my question was, I don't know. Yeah, so I'm saying, A, how would you describe or your interpretation of this symmetry, and whether the kind of what the ECB has declared, is it closer in your thinking to the dynamic or version of the AIT? And two, exactly, can you comment a little bit more about the symmetric part, and what do you do if you are above, you know, interest rates, you've already gone, interest rates are for a while above, and inflation is quite above the target rate. What do you do there? Do you keep rates for quite a while, just like low for longer? Do you keep them high for longer?
Well, those are big questions. I'll try my best to answer them all. First of all, you know, obviously I'm watching carefully what the European Central Bank did, their announcement last week. And I think it's best to let them describe exactly how they're going to implement their policy framework. I will note a couple things that I think are important, because it's common to their explanation of the reasons for their framework, and also the reasons that we at the Federal Reserve provided in terms of our framework review. And they really are, and I want to underline this, global factors affecting the economic environment that we're carrying out our policy. And one is globally low neutral interest rates, which has been noted by many people over the past many years. The second is a tendency for inflation to run below target in many, not all, but many jurisdictions before COVID. And, you know, other global factors that may be affecting how the economy is changing, maybe the channels by which monetary policy affect the economy and inflation. So I think that what we're seeing is, you know, when I look at the framework review that they've done, we've done, and, you know, in other conversations, that clearly, you know, people are taking into account some you know, longer term trend changes in the economic environment, which I think are, you know, very important. In terms of, you know, their policy, in terms of the symmetry, and I think that, you know, the key, the word I kind of focus on in my presentation, and I think that comes up a lot in these discussions, is really the importance of anchoring inflation. And anchoring inflation expectations at the target level, and making sure that the inflation outcomes that come out of that are both above and below. And so I think that message, which came out loud and clear from our review and our decisions, and it came out in the ECB's, I think are really important. This is about anchoring inflation expectations at the desired target level. Now, in terms of this symmetry and you know, positive shocks that move inflation above the target, as I pointed out in my presentation, you know, the policies that at least I discussed in today, and in a number of the policies that Thomas Burns and I have studied, they have the feature that, you know, when you're not at the lower bound, or you're not you know, leaving a period of being at the lower bound, the policies are basically behave very much like standard inflation targeting. The response to shocks is basically the same in terms of whether it's supply or demand shocks. And so what's nice about, I think, the features of some of the AIT style policies that I talked about is that they do carry with them all the benefits of inflation targeting, because inflation targeting has been hugely successful. It carries with them those benefits, and also making sure that inflation, importantly, making sure inflation isn't too high for a long period of time. but they really are tuned, if you will, to dealing with inflation that could fall below target because of being at the lower bound. Now, it's true that some of the proposals, like price level targeting or average, targeting an average inflation rate over many years, those actually are kind of a little bit further away from standard inflation target, a bit more of a modification. But the ones I talked about here are very close to standard inflation target. So the answer to your question is, like under standard inflation target, if inflation is persistently too high, then the central bank would adjust policy in order to get inflation back to the target, and most importantly, deliver that average inflation rate at the target and anchor inflation expectations at the target.
All right. Thanks, John. I want to ask one additional question about the model. The model abstracts right now from any QE instrument, and the question is, how do you add that to the model? Would the analysis or the inclusion of QE as an instrument would change any of the conclusion in terms of how you think of the averaging that's needed to be the adjustments, maybe even the sequencing of how the Fed uses those two instruments? And while you're at it, maybe you can tell us whether you think QE in general is a conventional tool, or it's more an unconventional tool that is reserved for more unconventional times.
Yeah. So on your first part of your question, we're trying to do this we're doing all of our analysis analytically, and as you well know, deriving analytical results in models requires simplifying assumptions. And in this case, not considering QE or policies like that was one of the simplifying assumptions that we made. So here's how I think about it. Now I am, using kind of my, I'm speculating a bit. We've not done the math to work all of this out, but based on how I think about this, I think in our analysis, having the ability to do asset purchases, effectively during periods when you're at the lower bound, especially, effectively gives you additional ability to add monetary accommodation. So you can think of this as maybe either as like having a lower bound kind of in a way, or a lower R star. Having the ability to stimulate aggregate demand more than is shown by our paper. So what does that mean? I think unless you think QE can perfectly offset the limitations of the lower bound, if you think it helps mitigate, which I do, it does help mitigate the effects of the lower bound, but not completely eliminate the effects of lower bound, then what it means from our model point of view is it reduces the magnitude of some of the effects that we're talking about, but the effects would still be there. Now, I think that the issue of sequencing is interesting, and this is why it's hard to do in a simple model like this, is that QE, primarily I think works through the cumulative purchases. It's the stock of assets that the central bank is taking out of the market. And in doing so, that's naturally a kind of dynamic set of decisions that take place over time, and harder to model in this setup. And so I think from when I think about the sequencing issue, I think that it's moving interest rates is relatively straightforward. We have decades and decades of experience of moving short-term interest rates. It is more challenging and also more uncertain, changing the parameters of asset purchases, whether when you're starting it during the period of purchases or when you end it. And I think that one of the things we all recognize from past experiences that is something that does not move on a dime in the same way. Again, because it's the stock of assets that are out there that matters. That does not move on a dime. So I view the sequencing decisions that we've done in the past, have made sense, that you kind of move the asset purchase lever earlier than you move the short-term interest rate, because of kind of the different dynamics around that.
All right, thank you. As somebody who also have written many models, I fully appreciate simplifying them and then thinking outside of them. And then when you add transitional dynamics, it becomes a whole host of issues. So I completely respect that, but I think it is an important current issue, how to think about those
Well, I'm sure we've both written in our papers at the end, it's a topic for future research, right?
Yes. I want to go a little bit into communication. Your guys have done what seems to be a very wide spectrum of stakeholders in terms of your assessment. And my question is, do you have a sense that the communication to the public of the new AIT policy framework is well understood? Does the public understand this new concept and its consequences for monetary policy? And is there a chance that actually this new framework, which involves averaging and maybe timing, it's not clear averaging over how much time, what exactly do we mean by that, actually increases uncertainty concerning future policy and inflation?
Well, so we did, I agree with the point you made at the beginning. We've done a lot of outreach to the, I would say, business and community leaders across the country on the Fed Listens and other efforts we took, and also with the academic community with a really good conference as well. And a lot of research has gone into a lot of the thinking around the Fed's framework review. In terms of communications, I do think we have different, you have different audiences that you're communicating with. There's obviously the market participants, there's the academic world, there's and the broader public, and those are, I think, what's important for the different groups is really important for us to keep in mind too. So from my perspective, when I think about what is it we're really communicating to the public in our framework, I think several things, but one is that we really want inflation to be 2% on average. So if you think about a person's decision, that we all make these decisions about, you're going to borrow for to buy a house or a car, you're going to save for your retirement or your kids' education. These are things that tend to be multi-year, longer-term investments, or decisions. So you really want to have a confidence that inflation is going to be, roughly 2% over that longer horizon. You don't have to worry about, is it going to be, much higher or much lower. And I think that was a success, huge success of inflation targeting to do that. I think the zero lower bound, unfortunately, caused this downward bias to inflation, where inflation started drifting lower and inflation expectations were at risk of drifting lower. So I actually, again, would reiterate that I think, although you might say, well, in the short term, inflation moves up and down under any kind of framework, it's really about anchoring this view of what inflation is going to be over the longer term. The second thing I'd mentioned, and you already said this, is we did not tie ourselves to any equation or formula or anything like this. There's no sense of a mathematical representation of our framework. Our framework is really, I'm going to use the word anchored a lot here, so I should probably get out thesaurus while we're talking, but is really tied to anchoring inflation at 2%, delivering this average over time. And I think of monetary policy as working over the medium term. So I'm thinking that over time is not months or weeks and months; it's over many years, and really delivering that consistently over time. So I think that from the general public point of view, I think that's an important message, that kind of reducing some of that medium longer term uncertainty about where inflation is going to be. I think the other big message is that we learned from the previous episode that our economy can run very strong, strong employment, low unemployment, without creating without creating inflationary pressures. And so, we really did emphasize in the U.S. context that we have a dual mandate and we take the maximum employment very seriously. I think that's a message that people do hear and understand, that we want to see a strong economy, one with 2% average inflation. In terms of the market, participants, we do the surveys of market participants every FOMC round, and I have been struck that people may have different views of when we're going to make policy decisions, but overall there seems to be a pretty clear understanding of how the framework, and importantly our forward guidance, has what it implies for future policy decisions. So it seems like the different audiences, I can't, it's hard to know what the general public thinks about our monetary policy strategy right now, but I think those who follow us closely seem to understood some of the key changes. Now, I will just say one last word on this. If you want to anchor inflation expectations at 2% or whatever your target is, deliver 2% on average. And I think that will take care of itself. So that's, I think that may take time to get that kind of time series experience, but I think the evidence is that the general public's inflation expectations are based on the inflation they've seen in their lives, and so we just got to deliver on that.
All right, thanks. This was really thoughtful and useful for all of us to hear. I often, when I have media sessions here, some of them tell me I have one question and then they entangled in 3 questions. So I'll do the same. Basically, there seemed to be a current spike in inflation in the U.S. And you know, the Fed has looked at various components of the prices, and the question in question is, can you give us sort of your view? Is there a real structural change? Is there a change in the Phillips curve in terms of how it's flattened? Some structural changes in the relationship in activity versus this inflation? This is the question in question. The question I'm aiming to is linked to communication. With this spike in inflation, at least in Israel, we see a lot of political debate about, it's very difficult to explain, why would you even want to have an inflation, okay? People talk about cost of living and inflation. These are not the same thing. And how do you convince the public that the central bank should see through temporary price hikes and strive towards inflation even higher than 2%, when exiting a recession, vis-a-vis the AIT, when at least in many places, publics and politicians are extremely unpleased with prices, every price rise that they see. So this is the 2 questions in question.
I think I could add up a few extra number of questions you're asking one. So first of all, the first part I think is really important question or important issue. And that is that COVID has, it's just an enormous shock. It's a combination of supply, demand, and something else that's just not kind of a standard business cycle experience, and we shouldn't think about it that way. So getting to your question about the Phillips curve or things like that, I feel like right now, the last year and a half, if anything, has taught us that with these huge shocks to both the supply and demand side of the economy, it's really hard in the short run, in the very near term, to decipher kind of what is an underlying or persistent factor versus a temporary factor. And so we have to be humble in our ability to draw those conclusions. Similarly, that would be true of, are there fundamental shifts to productivity or R-star or other things? I think we just have to watch the data and learn as the economy continues to progress in a positive way. So I'm not drawing any strong conclusions about any significant structural changes, because I think there's just too much happening to have that kind of identification, if I can talk like an economist, to understand really what's driving things and how to interpret it. In terms of the inflation spikes and reading through those or looking through those, I think that we have to be clear that we're doing that consistently. That's true of a decline in prices or a decline in inflation as well as a positive one. So this can't be opportunistic of saying, well, some ones I look through, some temporary shocks I look through and others I don't. And I try to be very consistent in that. There were some declines in prices right at the onset of COVID, which were clearly transitory, and they have reversed, and we want to understand that. I think that for me, the most important thing is to study the data and analyze it very carefully. We have all this amazing micro data, high frequency data on prices and economic activity. Really try to understand as much as we can about what the drivers of things, developments are, infer as best we can, and be humble and recognize that there's a lot of uncertainty about things. Now, in terms of the unpopularity of positive price increases, I totally agree. I mean, anyone who's been buying anything where the price is going up, and that's everybody, experiences that. So I don't in any way say that they aren't happening or diminish their importance. They're real. They are affecting affecting people's purchasing power. I think that from a monetary policy point of view, really want to be focused on this medium-term outlook. And so obviously pay careful attention to seeing if there are signs that inflation is picking up in a medium-term way or a more persistent way, but also making sure that, as we think about things, that anything that's transitory and temporary, be able to look through that. Again, we also have in the U.S. a dual mandate, so we have to make sure that we're as we look through these different shocks and developments, is making sure that we're focused on both sides of that, which is the maximum employment and the price stability or 2% inflation goal, and getting the right balance there.
Thank you. You mentioned the dual mandate, and that was almost going to be my third question. And with that, and the AIT being in place, do you actually think that having the AIT in place has changed? Maybe this is sort of a if statement, if question, and I don't know if one can answer it very, very easily, but would the Fed have looked at things realistically different had the AIT not been in place in during the COVID? In terms of its actions, is there it's maybe it's a framework of thinking, but the confidence interval of interpreting this is wide enough that it's in practical sense the actions are very similar.
Well, I mean, it's a great question, but here's my view. I'm just, I guess, speak how I think about it. We've thought long and hard about the experience of a decade following the financial crisis. And I feel that, a lot of the lessons from that, with the unemployment getting down to 3.5% in our case, and seeing inflation low in the US, even with a very strong economy, the very low R-star, the change in inflation dynamics, and what we've seen around the world, convinced, I think, of very compelling evidence for the changes that we made in our framework. So the question you're really asking is, do you need to change your framework, or could you just change your policy? So from my perspective, I think there's huge advantages to actually having the framework developed, spend all that time working on it, and getting to a shared understanding of the framework, so the policy actions that we take are consistent and aligned with the strategy that we've laid out. I think that helps both within the policy committee, that people have said, we really worked through this and understood what does success look like. And then now the question is, how do you execute on that? How do you communicate that? I think it also helps in the communication to the public, all aspects of the public that you mentioned, that we have this framework statement, which we somehow did manage to fit on one page, which I'm very proud of. And it says, this is how we're thinking about it. This is how we're combining the dual mandate objectives. Here's how we're putting all this together. And then you look at our policy statements, the FOMC issues, they're tied right to the framework. So you have the overarching strategy, what it means in terms of monetary policy goals and strategy, and then you say, and here's how we're executing against that in the extraordinarily unusual circumstances we find ourselves in this COVID environment. So I feel that from a communications point of view, it's very helpful. I also think from aligning inflation expectations, we have actually seen, I think, some benefits with the framework and the policy execution that, we've seen some shifts in at least inflation expectations and other indicators that suggest that maybe this did help move expectations closer to what we were trying to achieve. So I guess you could do it without the framework. I think it would be, not be as effective, because I think the framework and the policy working hand in hand is really maximize the effectiveness of policy.
All right, I have a few more minutes, so I'm trying to squeeze as much as I can. I think I can imagine your answer, but nonetheless, just for kind of to be clear about it, there are some say, don't get complicated, just raise the target to 3% or so. Get farther away from ZLB. And I guess the natural asymmetry that you talked about, and on the one hand, and maybe low R star as a phenomena happening in the background, are things that have pushed you perhaps to the AIT as opposed to that kind of a solution. But I'd be curious to hear your mind on that.
Well, clearly, there were a lot of discussion around this in the academic and community over many years. I think that the issue of raising the inflation target permanently by a significant amount would reduce the effects of the lower bound, as you just said. However, it would at the cost of having inflation higher all the time. And there are costs to higher inflation. I think that 2% is a kind of a good compromise in providing that inflation cushion, if you will, to deal with downward negative shocks. But is not so high that it interferes with the effect, interferes with the economy achieving its potential and not getting in the way of the efficiency of our economy. So I think that 2% inflation is a very good place to be, and it's proven its value. So, and then the issue is, well, you have the lower R star, you have the lower bound. We've seen that. Using a policy like a version of AIT, and I mentioned there's lots of different variations on that, and some stronger, some somewhere in between. You can reduce and mitigate the effects of the lower bound, especially on this average level of inflation expectations, without having to raise the inflation target. So I think that these policies and these approaches can offset much of the effects of the lower bound without having the cost of higher inflation all the time. So that's how I view it.
All right, I'm going to ask one last question, which I think I cannot escape given the time. Given the low for longer, given some of the environment that we are seeing in other markets, how do you see, as the averaging perhaps has to go for longer, what are the risks that you see in prolonged periods of low interest rates, specifically risks for low for longer, on the potential towards financial stability, and how do you sort of mix that in your thinking as you're going about policy in terms of all these things?
So I assume you've set aside an hour for that last question, right?
Yeah.
The hardest, biggest question that we all deal with, as we all know. So I guess I'm going to give a couple quick responses. Obviously, you don't have time to go into this in depth. The first is, and I know this audience, I think, understands that, but I think it's really important to remember that much of the low interest rates that we're seeing over the past 10 years, just even in times when the economies are doing well, the reason they're low is because of low neutral rates. So it's not necessarily, it's not just about low interest rates relative to neutral, which obviously is happening now because of the COVID situation, but we have low neutral rates. So I think that sometimes people conflate that when they say, well, the lower for longer, when in fact a lot of the low is actually the low neutral rate. So that's the first comment. The second is, if you look at these policies that any of the AIT policies that I talked about, they actually they're designed to raise the average inflation rate back to the target level or close to the target level. So they're actually delivering somewhat higher average nominal interest rates. It's really about the dynamic of it. The lower for longer is for following a period of being in the lower bound or a severe downturn, but then on average, the nominal interest rate and the inflation rate are higher, but back to the target level. And so I think that's another point to make, is that, the point of having a lower for longer, at least in those policies, it's, according to the analysis that's been done, is really to deliver that 2% or whatever inflation target you have, and nominal interest rates will get back to that higher level. So maybe mitigating some of the financial stability concerns that people have about low rates. Because if you don't deal with this, if you have inflation expectations that drift lower and lower, then nominal interest rates will, in line with that, drift lower and lower. And then I think the lower becomes, kind of ingrained into the system. And finally, on the financial stability, I do feel that strongly that monetary policy has a lot to try to accomplish in terms of achieving inflation goals, anchoring inflation expectations of target. We have also the maximum employment mandate. And it really is important that the various regulatory, supervisory, micro and macro prudential authorities and policies really designed to strengthen the financial system so that monetary policy can really be focused on the economy. Actually, we've seen the benefit of that. After the financial crisis, the reforms in the United States have led to a much stronger banking system, which has withstood the COVID situation functioned very well and supported the economy rather than been a negative in terms of the economic recovery. So I think that we actually see in the US experience and in other jurisdictions as well as the benefits of having a very strong, well-capitalized financial system, so that monetary policy then has some more scope to really focus on the monetary policy objectives.
John, thank you. This has been absolutely insightful. I think we posed some questions all over the spectrum, and you answered them all. This has been, from my perspective, great. I want to thank you on behalf of the conference, and really thank you for your thoughts about a subject that all of us are thinking hard about and sort of grappling what's the right thing to do. This clarity of thought, as often in economics, is a super important issue. And I personally want to thank you for bearing with us this hour, giving the lecture and the questions. So thank you again.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak to the group. Thanks. Have a great day.
Thank you.